Good morning, everyone, and kind attention to all of you that we will be starting off our day 2, the first session in few minutes from now. And I request all of you to please put your mobile phones in silent and let's not intervene in any of the conversations, and let's not so this is an announcement for all of you to put your mobile phones in silent mode or maybe in flight mode, so any of our sessions will not be disturbed. I repeat, this is a kind attention to all of our ladies and gentlemen, our fellow attendees who have joined us, to please occupy the chairs and assemble yourselves so we can get started in few minutes from now. Thank you. While we are about to start our session in few minutes from now, we have the rest of the attendees coming in as well. But I'd just like to know how many of you attended the session yesterday, day 1 attendees. I remember you, sir. How can I forget you? Anybody else? Just raise your hands. I just wanted to know how many attendance do we have from day 1 and day 2. Great. So I'm going to ask you a question. Okay, what was your favorite session yesterday? The ones who raised your hands. Quantum computing, the first session. Okay, that was the favorite for everybody because I could hear so many voices. Sustainability, right? Sustainability and EV, fantastic. Yours? AI in travel and hospitality, yes. Anything else? I think we had 5 sessions yesterday. Already 3 topic vandarchu, right? Okay, so today what are you all expecting? So I hope you already have the agenda, right? So yes, we have some interesting topics coming in for all of you. So we will begin shortly. And I will let you know when we begin, okay? Just, we are waiting for a few more things to be aligned. So we will begin shortly in some time from now. So did you all get a chance to network with the speakers yesterday? Yes? Is all of your queries, your questions clarified? Yes? Sir, you could... Sir, unga kitta na varala, sir. After, yeah.
One thing which I really liked, other than the guest faculty who had come, is your excellent comparing, moderating. Awesome. I think you really deserve a round of applause. Fantastic. Fantastic.
Thank you so much. You made my day. Oh my God. Definitely. But yeah, we would love to give opportunities for everybody present over here to post your questions. But I'd like to remind you all to keep your questions brief and to the point so that we can accommodate as many questions as possible. That is one. And in case if we do not have time to accommodate for Q&A session itself, you can take it offline. A disclaimer given at the start itself, right? So the ones who are present, welcome and requesting you to please take your seats. Sure. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of Umagine TN 2025. Day 2 of this incredible journey into the future of innovation and technology. As I said earlier, yesterday we explored a lot on groundbreaking ideas, celebrated bold thinkers, and sparked some transformative conversation as well. Today, we are set to build up more on that momentum with another stellar lineup of conversations, sessions, which involves thoughtful leaders, visionaries, and game changers. From AI and cyber defense to space exploration and entrepreneurship, today's session promised to be nothing short of extraordinary. So without further delay, let's dive straight into today's agenda. Our first session is a fireside chat which will explore the transformative potential of artificial intelligence in driving India's economic growth. Industry leaders and AI experts will discuss how emerging technologies are reshaping industries, enhancing productivity, and fostering innovation to position India as a global technology powerhouse. To begin with, to moderate this fireside chat, I'd like to invite Mr. Varun Prakash, partner at McKinsey & Company in Chennai, who has over 12 years of experience with the firm, leading strategic initiatives and providing expert consultancy. Previously, he has worked at Schlumberger in Singapore and interned at Accenture. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Varun Prakash onto the stage. Welcome, Mr. Varun Prakash. Please have a seat. And to lead the conversation, I'd like to invite our speaker, Mr. Vishal Duper, Managing Director of NVIDIA South Asia, who drives AI and accelerated computing adoption across Indian enterprises. With 30 plus years in tech leadership at firms like Symantec, Autodesk, and Sun Microsystems, he has propelled innovation and growth. So let's welcome the gentleman for the fireside chat, and I'm sure this first session is going to be super informative, super insightful, and all the very best, and over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you to the Umagine organizing team and for the Tamil Nadu government for organizing this event. Are you all able to hear me clearly? Yes. All right. Wonderful, wonderful. So this is a very, very interesting topic. I think in the last 2-3 years, I haven't gone a day without talking about AI with clients that I work with, right? So this has become a boardroom agenda, an everyday topic for industries. What's interesting is not a lot of people realize that if you look underneath, majority of the spend and mind share on AI is actually on infrastructure, right? It enables all of the capabilities that AI can deliver, and it also creates some of the biggest bottlenecks for the speed at which we can progress with respect to AI. So in that context, I'm super thrilled to be in a discussion with Vishal. NVIDIA and leaders like Vishal are at the engine room who are seeing this live in action, right? So I'm super excited to be able to pick your brain on this. I want to maybe start off with a little bit of a broad question on the overall AI opportunity, right? Every industry is getting reshaped with AI. So from your vantage point, what are some of the big opportunities that you're seeing from AI for the tech sector and beyond?
Right. And I would love to answer that question, but let me just go to his initial remarks. And the truth is, we are at a precipice of a $3 trillion industry transforming, which is called the technology industry. The $3 trillion technology industry is a part of a $100 trillion GDP worldwide. But the imbuement of that whole thing is happening in the entire industry and everything is changing. Why are we saying that? Not many people realize this, that not a single person in this room, has ever seen a change in a computing fabric. In year 1964, and some of us who are now without here know that IBM introduced the general purpose computing in 1964. For the very first time, there was a CPU, there was memory, there was I/O. Most importantly, there was an abstraction from hardware and software. And the reason the software was abstracted from the hardware so that you could maintain the compatibility of your software irrespective of the new architectures that were coming in. Since 1964, what was on IBM mainframe is exactly the same architecture that got transponded to mini computers, to client servers, to personal computers where the maximum glory of computer usage came in, and even to your mobile phone. And in this period of time, there was a scaling law that used to be often referred to so that you could now transpond all your computing needs into application. It often got referred to as Moore's law. Actually, Geoffrey Moore in 1965 had observed that we can increase the number of transistors per watt every 18 months. We can double it up. In a different way, from a business angle, you will reduce the cost of computing by half every 18 months. And we lived through that for 40 years, and we still grew as an industry at its peak by 40%. What did it mean? That we had so many applications that we could digitize, we could now continue to grow that. With the coming of this new age, the scaling laws are being again spoken about. And there are 3 scaling laws. A lot of people talk about 1 scaling law, but there are 3 scaling laws which are simultaneously pushing computing. And these scaling laws are called pre-training, post-training, and test scaling. And each of them are growing not at 18 months, but in 6 months. So you obviously cannot do the way you did it for last 60 odd years. You have to do it differently. And for last 30 years, there's been another architecture that has been knocking on the doors and slowly getting developed, which was around a specialty processor called the GPU. And because of the discovery of the work that was done by Alex Kashnovsky and Ilya Sutskever, in 2012, under Hinton, people discovered that by bringing a new processor, the GPU, you were able to solve problems, and computer industry's longest living problem called perception got solved that year. So what did it tell us that time? What it told us at that time was that we now have the ability to take each of our digital experiences, Ganesh's, mine, Varun, yours, anybody's digital experience, what people call data, and take that data onto an algorithm called deep learning or deep neural network, and expose it to a supercomputer called GPU, and you can augment the work of every individual. Because now you can perceive. Remember, up till now, you were doing very explicit things. And then came 2017, when BERT paper came in, transformer engine came into play. Now you could figure out the structure, what was residing below the digit. And once you understood the structure to whichever length and context, you could now make meaning of it very, very accurately. And that's why you are seeing that we have now gone from perception to reasoning, planning, deciding the alternatives, and acting. And that's why you're talking about we will have agents which can reason and act and plan along with us, and those will get implemented. So 2 things I've spoken right now. I've spoken, firstly, we need to appreciate there is, for a very first time, a fabric change. And none of us can promise that we understand that fabric fully because it's a new baby. Number 2, that the transformation in AI has risen so quickly and fast, how we apply is what is left to our imagination and implementation. That's why this is a topic that is this simmering and this hot.
Wonderful, wonderful. And I want to pick on both of the things you mentioned, right? The fabric change and the speed at which things are transforming. Let's start with the fabric change. I think from the way you described it, the implications are far-reaching. Individual people, consumers, people in society at their fingertips can harness the power of AI because you do have computing capacity that can then deliver use cases, applications for people. And companies can transform the way they operate as well with many of the capabilities that AI delivers. So from your view, as you think about India and Tamil Nadu, what are some of the opportunities, the biggest opportunities that you see from AI in the near term?
The number 1 opportunity for India, for Tamil Nadu, is to set up manufacturing plants for intelligence, factories for AI. And remember, I'm not calling it data center. Data center was a place where you used to store your information that was digitized. You used to retrieve that information, and once you could retrieve that information, you used to analyze, and then you used to apply the best possible options, what you want to do with it. Because of artificial intelligence, you have moved into generating content from one modality to the next modality to a mixed modality. I now can transpond your and my digital experience, what we call data, pour it onto a transformer, which runs on a GPU, and translate that into tokens, which are numerical values, which has intelligence, and apply that intelligence in our daily life. All of you have seen the benefit of ChatGPT. The moment of ChatGPT, you are basically talking to them, getting your answers. Of course, the votaries are saying it's fantastic. Those who basically are questioning, is this the best solution, are saying, oh, it is hallucinating. It is giving very specific answers. The science has gone to the next level where you also have an ability to think, reason, plan, and act. Now, what you should remember is that we can scrape the whole internet and you can have an encyclopedia of all the information at a particular period of time that's available. And then you teach that person or that intelligence that, hey, respond by summarizing the points that I'm asking in the context that I'm asking about. But it's a continuum. So why does India require its own AI factories? We are a civilization of 5,000 years. We are unique in ourselves. Our common sense, our sensibilities is embedded in our culture. We don't do what the Western world does. We perform very differently and uniquely, and we meet our own constraints in a particular way. If we want to maintain that, if we want to augment the work of that, we need to think about sovereignty. The Prime Minister Modi put it very, very beautifully. He said, every farmer who grows wheat or rice, why does he want to sell it off? He should translate that into bread. Because bread is the value that you eat. You don't eat rice and wheat raw. You eat the bread. That's where the value resides. But if you're going to take your rice and wheat and export it out and let somebody bring it in, you're going to pay more money for it. So our nation has all the digital experiences of several years which are in play. Second, we are the largest developer community in the world. Even those who don't reside here and have resided outside India have made an impact. We have the skills to talk to the computer in the language the computer understands. But today, because of generative AI and breakthroughs because of Transformer, every single Indian can speak to the computer in their language, not in computer's language. Now the computer will talk to you in your language. Even to Vishal in his very bad grammar and limited vocabulary, I can talk to the computer. So everybody can talk to the computer, and we got 1.5 billion people, which are spearheaded by almost 17 million people who know how to work under the hood. Now, the combination of the digital experience, the combination of the skills, and more importantly, our needs for population scale application almost insist we need to build these digital factories. I was with Mr. Jayant, I was having a discussion, and it was very obvious that there is so much of opportunity to basically add productivity to the work we do. The governments, the administrative, think a lot to make sure how we can make all procurements transparent and consistent. And that's why so many people get involved. When we basically move them into a digital format from one language to the other language, the gaps are more. And it again perpetuates upon us that, come on, let's go back to the traditional methods. But if we have a digital factory where we can very quickly and rapidly improve that error rate and bring it close to perfection. Moment it's close to perfection, now you don't have to depend upon the archaic way which take more time. You can use the archaic way to know how to do it, but do it more productively. So the need is really manufacturing intelligence in our country, consuming it in India, and exporting the surplus out.
Wonderful, wonderful. In fact, I know NVIDIA has been doing a lot of work in the digital factory space. And if you think about manufacturing, there's been a huge push in the country with the Make in India initiative over the past decade or so. So two questions, therefore. If you can bring to life an example of what great looks like in a digital factory, and any examples. And second is what can we do to set up the conditions for digital factories to thrive, building on top of some of the progress that's been made?
Yeah, I think the most important progress that India has really made was in year 2018, when we came up with a strategy paper on AI, and it was titled AI for All. And if you went into the depths of it, it said, let's be the garage of the world so that we can consume here, we can also expose there. That basically became the backbone for our way forward. Second thing is the declaration of the AI mission is an extremely important initiative. And what it basically is saying that, look, how do I take advantage of manufacturing intelligence and ensuring we create more job opportunities, and we ensure that it also contributes to our economy quicker and faster. And we are then labeled as the capital of intelligence and not another garage of the world. That has been the position of the AI mission. What is really happening in that, there is already, as many of you know, that there's an RFP, which is basically saying that let's source infrastructure from private segment. So Srini is here in his previous life. We did a lot of stuff together. We worked with Tatas, we worked with Hiranandani Group, we worked with Nyasa, we worked with E2E, and we encouraged them, come, let's create the platform here for people to take their ideas and translate those ideas into reality. And in last 1 year, I'm very pleased to tell you, several of that infrastructure has already come into play. And this infrastructure belongs to India. The IP belongs to India, to these business houses, and government has created conditions to bring all this infrastructure together so people who basically want to take their idea towards reality are already in play. So I think the first step forward is extremely good. Then we have companies like TCS and the others who are now basically working in how do we really help integrate workflows and business policies into the real part, your company included. In addition to that, when you look at the population scale part, you require academia and research to start solving problems, because the problem that India will solve is at that scale, and you require involvement of your local researchers and academicians to solve that problem. So in effect, we're already creating a land where opportunities will get stemmed from this grassroots, and it will only expand. So I'm very pleased with that aspect of it. Obviously, this is just a beginning. There's a lot more that needs to be done.
Indeed, indeed. And you covered pretty much the full value chain, right, as you spoke about it, the underlying infrastructure where, there's a lot of work that's going on from a Make in India point of view to manufacture semiconductor work on the chips, and the application and virtual layers, whether it's data management, use cases, algorithms, and a lot of it, I'm sure the speakers in the next panel will touch upon as well. I want to move to the second piece that you spoke about, which is the speed at which the space is evolving. Honestly, the speed at which GPUs are evolving makes Moore's Law, it feels like Moore's Law on steroids for all practical purposes, right? So what are some of the trends, themes that you're seeing on infrastructure, number one? And number two, what would it take to be at the forefront of these trends and themes that you're seeing as well?
So it's not the GPUs are on steroids. GPUs are on steroids fundamentally because of scaling laws. The scaling laws are getting applicable. In 6 months, you are doubling it. The best that we had seen at its peak was 18 months doubling. And there are 3 simultaneous laws which are working on that. And the endeavor is how do we make intelligence cheaper and cheaper and a commodity. And that's why you're seeing so much of transformation that is taking place. The second change that is taking place is that you're not talking about a computer or a node. You're talking about a unit of computing being the data center itself. And that's why I labeled it as an AI factory. A factory produces something in a continuum. Unless you switch off the electricity, it will continue to produce. It's exactly the same thing. The third thing is that for the very first time, the mankind, those who have powered data centers, are concerned the consumption of electricity at a time when sustainability is really important. So you want computing in such a format that you do not break away from handling the power requirements. So the industry used to consume less than 1%, so nobody paid attention. Currently, the industry is consuming over 4 or 5% and reach about 10% of the global consumption. So sustainability becomes an important criteria again. So your data centers, your AI factory, how sustainable they are, how do you look after them, and especially if they are single compute nodes, that means that they are single data center of compute measurement, how do you measure them? How do you make sure that they are powered? So that transformation is enormous. You can't build data centers like you build for telecom industry at 10 kilowatts. We're already talking about 150 kilowatt racks, and very quickly we're going to be talking about 250 kilowatts. The power requirements are completely different. How you manage them completely different. Now you don't have to go to the most populous area to build a data center. You need to go where there's lesser population, there's more water, there's renewable energy, and India has that opportunity. And that's why you're seeing that there are people making announcement that there's a 10 gigawatt computing data centers which are coming up. They are near the sea. There are deserts by themselves, so electricity is more into that place. And I think it's an opportunity called India, basically, which is in play.
Yeah. Indeed. Often my conversations with data center players pretty much revolve around the same thing, right? Where they can get access to uninterrupted power supply and water for cooling. That's pretty much the sweet spot on where you want to expand. Just picking on this sustainability theme, as you rightly pointed out, I think the power consumption, energy consumption of this sector as computing continues to evolve is rising rapidly. And there's a lot of initiatives that are happening in the area as well. Google, Meta, Facebook, all of them are talking about how they can get to net zero, what is the access to clean power supply, what are some of the initiatives that you're doing. So as you see the industry, what are the ideas that you're seeing with a lot of promise that will help us meet these sustainability goals moving forward?
So the number one idea is that India has no legacy. So it's not as if we have a massive general purpose computing fabric. And just like in telecom, how we leapfrog to mobile computing, just leapfrog to accelerated computing. It's almost now common sense that you shouldn't be doing general purpose computing, you should be moving towards accelerated computing. Why accelerated computing? Because it's sustainable computing. Its TCOs are different level altogether. And more importantly, accelerated computing is the brain of intelligence. So if we have to do that, that's where the data center should be built up. I think a lot of people are still imprisoned with the 60 years of experience they have, and they are kind of still figuring out, shouldn't there be a hybrid model? Shouldn't there be some application? But ladies and gentlemen, accelerated computing doesn't mean you're replacing a computing. You're actually augmenting a computing. You're not replacing the CPU. You are actually augmenting the GPU. And you require multiple specialty processor. Just like in human science, a general physician can solve your problem like a general physician. You require specialist physicians. If you need to look after your heart, there's a heart specialist. If you want to look after your brain cells, there's a different specialist. For your bones, there's a different specialist. These specialists are needed today in compute, and therefore it is almost imperative to look at general purpose compute. Firstly, it's sustainable. Number two is taking you towards manufacturing intelligence. So that's the only thing I have to say. Just think about that.
Wonderful, wonderful. One final question. I see a lot of young professionals in the room. As you rightly pointed out, AI is not about one thing, right? It's a broad ecosystem of many different things that need to come together for this whole AI factory idea. Any guidance for all of the young professionals here on how they can skill themselves to be ready for this new world?
Yeah, absolutely. You have to just learn, just like our parents brought us up as children, and you have turned out into wonderful children, skilled children. You need to now look after the new digital species, which are unique to you, which help you on productivity, groom them up, make sure that you treat them well and they come out as good citizens and not bad citizens. So as good citizens, you will make sure that you are that much more productive, and most importantly, we'll have a very fine India, and an India of 1.5 billion people will behave as if the entire humanity was ours, and we'll start making a difference to the world at larger scale.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you, Vishal. I think you covered a lot of very, very interesting ideas and themes. At least for me, 3 or 4 things stood out. Right. One is, this is a very rapidly evolving space. Every 6 months, we're going to see something new come through. So we have to continue to evolve ourselves to be ready to capture the full potential of AI. I think that's one. Second is the opportunity is really far-reaching from the way you described it. At a human level, individuals get access to rethinking how we live using some of the capabilities AI offers, and industries are getting reshaped as well. And you spoke about the $3 trillion tech industry that's getting completely reshaped on the back of it. To do this, I love the idea of the AI factory, where it's not just one thing, not bricks and mortars alone. Yeah. It's about manufacturing, it's about virtualization, use cases, ultimately end-to-end delivering what you need to drive outcomes, right? So that idea really stood out. And finally, for everyone here, we are clean sheeting as a company, right? We don't have the legacy that the rest of the world has. So the opportunity is limitless. We can fundamentally rethink how AI can change your industries, your lives. So, I hope we'll all together capture the full potential. But thank you, Vishal. It was so fantastic to hear from you.
Fabulous.
Thank you, Mr. Varun and Mr. Vishal Dopa for kickstarting day 2 with a thought-provoking session. And now I'd like to kindly request Mr. Varun Prakash to return back to your seat. And Mr. Vishal Dopa, if you could stay back, we would appreciate your contribution to this session with a small memento. And to do the honors, I'd like to invite Mr. Arun Rai, IAS, Secretary to the Government, Industries, Investment Promotion and Commerce Department, to please step forward and present the memento to Mr. Vishal Dopa. Thank you, Mr. Vishal, and sir, thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, now that we're done with the a very good session, the fireside chat that we had right now, we will begin with our second session in a couple of minutes from now. We just have to make some tweakings on the stage. So I request you all to stay back. We will begin the session shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, our second session is on making AI real, the infra. So, joining us on the dais for this panel discussion, may I request Mr. Varun Prakash, our moderator, to kindly join back once again onto the stage. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Varun Prakash, partner at McKinsey & Company. Thank you, sir. And our panelists, Mr. Srinivasan Rajesh, the Vice President and Global Head of Sales and Solution for TCS Enterprise Cloud. With over 25 years of experience in enterprise architecture, IT governance, and transformation, he leads the cloud business and transformation strategy at TCS. His expertise spans a variety of technologies and managing multifaceted partner ecosystems. Welcome, Mr. Srinivasan Rajesh. And nextly, I'd like to invite Mr. Neelahandan Venkatraman, who presently serves as the Vice President and Global Head of Cloud, AI and Edge Computing Business at Tata Communications. He spearheads a dynamic team of seasoned professionals to drive adoption of Tata Communications industry-leading offerings like IZO Cloud, Tata Communications AI Cloud, and Tata Communications Edge Computing Platform Cloud Light across global enterprises. Thank you, Mr. Neelakandan, for joining us today. And nextly, Mr. Tim Martin, Senior Vice President at Wesco International, which is an industrial machinery and equipment company with an estimated 20,000 employees. He's currently based in Silverwater, Australia. Thank you so much, Mr. Tim Martin, for joining us all the way from Australia. And this panel of experts will delve into the critical infrastructure needed to operationalize AI at scale. The experts on the stage will discuss technological frameworks, data ecosystems, and policy enablers essential for AI adoption across industries, ensuring scalability, security, and innovation in a rapidly evolving digital landscape. And over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you, and thank you to the speakers for joining us. What intrigues me about this is that there are very different lenses that the three of you are going to bring to the discussion, and they talk to each other, right? And so you work in the supply chain component space, so the link between components and infrastructure is a little bit of what you do. You work in the broadband infrastructure, compute infrastructure, and leading into services and platform space. So, building on top of that, how do you build the infrastructure? And finally, you work with how do you then deploy it to clients and enable them to drive use cases. So we get a full 360-degree view of the full AI landscape. So I'm quite excited to hear from all of you. Why don't we start off, and I think you were there for the previous session where we covered many of the broad themes in terms of opportunities. So maybe we'll start off with some starting remarks with Rajesh in terms of how you're seeing this whole AI for infrastructure theme.
Thank you so much, Varun. Vanakkam, Chennai, and really happy to be here on this occasion. I was just correlating the .com industry. I don't know, a lot of you are youngsters right now, so the .com boom that came, I was just correlating the AI with the .com industry that time, right? When the .com came, almost we have been talking in a similar line, what we are talking right now. What will happen to my job? Will I lose my job to .com coming in? What will happen to infrastructure? How we are going to scale up my infrastructure to meet the demand of .com? I'm seeing that excitement very similar to that industry right now. And the way in which the customers' discussions we are having with our customers pretty much resonating the period. I still remember those days of discussion during that time. So it's a kind of going into that kind of a space. I'm very excited to see how this is going to span out. Still, I will say that we are in the earlier stage at this point in time. People are trying to figure it out, how to apply this, how to take it forward and stuff like that. But very exciting time, and one thing is very sure about the youngsters here in this room. It's a big opportunity for you guys. It's a lot of jobs are going to get created from this Gen AI kind of a demand that is coming in. You just need to learn, and the guys who are already in the industry, they need to unlearn certain things and learn new things. That is the main thing. Unlearning is going to be the key thing for the guys who are already working in the industry. And for the new generation, it is going to be a very exciting journey.
Indeed, it's interesting you mentioned this because I was just on the sidelines with a couple of students and they had the exact same question in their mind on whether AI will replace jobs. And we've seen multiple cycles, .com, automation, etc. The reality is we're living in a world where working age population is going down in most developed economies, and AI is creating new opportunities. So for a place like India that's young and vibrant, I think this actually creates a lot of potential. Neil, if I can bring you in for some opening remarks from your lens.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. Vanakkam, Chennai. And thanks for having me here. It's a wonderful opportunity to be interacting with you all. Very interesting times, Varun. I think Vishal set up a beautiful stage for all of us. He talked about how do we manufacture intelligence. I think that's a theme coming out of the infra part. So, I'm even going behind, back to even .com, right, Rajesh? So we talked about industrial revolution. Actually, it helped us automate many of the tasks, etc., in terms of manual or physical drudgery, as I call it. And we went through it, and there was a lot of productivity gains. The economy went through the roof. World economy, multiplied. We all standard of living improved. And then came the compute revolution, the internet revolution. And which Vishal talked about for a long time. And that revolution actually helped us interact better, once again led to another round of productivity improvements and adding economic value, standard of living improved. But I think this is a very interesting time post that. This one is actually, and the second revolution, the computer and the internet revolution actually introduced a lot of what I call as intellectual drudgery, right? And now I think we are, getting into a stage where I think, as I said, industrial revolution helped us live better, work better, and interact better. But now this new revolution is going to very fundamentally change the way we actually live our lives, right? So it's going to remove this intellectual drudgery also out of, with agents. And in one forum I was predicting, and I had a bet with the audience saying that another 2 years, all our employees and most of our employees would forget how to write emails. I made a bet that nobody will stop, everybody will stop writing emails, It'll be, everybody will have an agent to themselves which will mirror their physical personality. As Vishal said, all our lives will be captured in digital tokens. So very interesting time, and as Tata Communications, we completely want to support this, our India AI first, build this infrastructure out, whether it's the network, and we will talk about it, network infrastructure, compute infrastructure, broadband, connectivity, etc., physical infrastructure along with our partners like STT. So we'll talk about it, but very interesting time, and bridging the vision and reality for AI, which Vishal talked about, the economic boom, trillions of dollars, etc. I think that's what we want to do. There is a vision which is set by leaders, but as a infrastructure services and digital fabric company, we want to bring that to reality.
Interesting. It's interesting you mentioned people will forget how to write emails. I was just reflecting on my handwriting here as I was writing notes for this session, and my parents have often commented that I don't know how to write. Clearly the next generation will have their own set of developments. Tim, finally, your from your vantage point, some opening remarks, and then we can get into the discussion.
Certainly, and echoing the sentiments of my fellow colleagues up here, thank you so much for having us join you today. It's a great pleasure. I love travelling to India. I've been coming to India for 25 years, and it's such an exciting and vibrant country with such immense opportunity. As you pointed out at the beginning, I come from a slightly different part of the industry, and this is my 35th year working in and around this industry. My journey began as an electrician doing the physical cabling in the early data centres, and I've watched that transition from what I would say at a passive level from what was analog to digital, and now watching the pace of change is just so exciting. I think it's a generational, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that is existing for all of us. And the last session obviously teed that up so nicely for us to feed into for the rest of our conversation today.
Thank you, Tim. I want to start off with the basics of AI infrastructure, and maybe the question is for you, Neil. You spoke about network computing. Could you give the audience a little bit of a view of what's underneath the hood when it comes to AI infrastructure, and how has AI actually changed the way your business works from a compute, network, storage point of view?
Sure. Actually, once again, teeing off from where Vishal left, and he talked about some of it. So at the heart of the entire revolution, if I can put it, or AI factory, and he talked about manufacturing intelligence. So manufacturing intelligence, you need data. And data is at the heart of AI, even traditional AI ML, but more so Gen AI, both in terms of handling the data sets, which is massive data sets which are required to train models, multimodal models, whether it's video, voice, text, etc., language. So data is at the heart, and therefore handling this massive volume of data, and typically whether it's government, or enterprise, citizen data, these could be in various silos across multiple environments, whether it's on-prem or in the cloud. So handling this huge data, preparing this data, prepping this data, and feeding it for manufacturing intelligence in this huge AI factory is a task by itself, and therefore requires very good connectivity, because I think one of the things is that GPU has got very raw power in terms of processing data, so you can't keep it waiting. So you need to have the right kind of architecture, network architecture, connectivity to bring the data and feed the data into this, what I call as, what Vishal also called as the AI factory. And therefore, we are spending a lot of time and effort and investments and building this network infrastructure and connectivity infrastructure. That's one. Second, very importantly, the compute infrastructure in the form of GPUs and CPUs also, which are important, which complement each other in this world. So we are setting up very large GPU clusters along with high-speed storage with parallel file systems, because once again, these are hungry and they can process humongous amount of data. So therefore, how do you set up the entire infrastructure to make sure that you can juice the underlying infra? So that's very important. Third, very importantly, Vishal talked about it, power. It's very important to have a very good understanding of the best way to architect your data center to reduce the power consumption and also to make it more sustainable. So that's something which we are spending a lot of time and effort on. I'm happy and glad to note and inform all of you that our GPU clusters fully run on direct liquid to chip. So therefore, bringing the PUE, power usage effectiveness of the data center, dramatically in a tropical condition, and it's in Chennai, by the way. So very happy to inform that as well. Completely runs on renewable, and we'll talk about sustainability later. Completely runs on renewable power. So we have spent a lot of time and effort to architect in a way that it is sustainable. It's optimized for power consumption. It provides the right kind of throughput, and we have the right kind of network infrastructure. And very importantly, when you're talking about data in multiple silos across multiple clouds or on-prem, we have developed a product called Multi-Cloud Connect, which can, in a very optimized way, in a low latency format, connect these data silos and bring the data to the GPU cloud or the AI factory in the most optimized fashion.
Interesting. So you spoke about the connectivity, the GPU, CPU servers, and the surrounding enablers like cooling solutions. You've been looking at this from a supply chain point of view, and often I hear from my clients that getting the right connectivity, getting access to GPUs is quite hard, and that's the big limiting factor, right? So how are you seeing these global supply chains evolve when it comes to these critical pieces of infra?
Certainly, again, we supply a lot of that passive infrastructure that connects all these expensive pieces of electronics to ultimately do the computing. So at Wesco, we like to say we help our customers build, connect, power and protect their critical infrastructure. And I think COVID gave us a little bit of a glimpse as to what the supply chain can look like as we move forward in this rapidly expanding space. So the manufacturers whose products we represent, whose products we help distribute around the globe, we're seeing the challenges that they're all facing to have capacity to keep up with the demand of all of these products. So we're across the cooling, whether it be the old-fashioned HVAC or, you know, as we heard about the sheer density in capacity in a cabinet now, we are already seeing 250 kilowatts and beyond in cabinets. So we've reverted back to liquid cooling technologies, and, you know, they come with high power consumption. So all of the products, whether they be electrical, data-driven, copper fibre networks, all of those manufacturers are struggling to keep up with the demand of supply, simply because the sheer build rate in the data centre is accelerating at unforeseen levels.
Yeah, and to put two things in perspective there, the growth in gigawatts of data centers growing anywhere in the 20-25% range year on year, right? And that's expected to sustain over a 5-year horizon. And the second, some of the research we have done suggested that there's about $3 to $5 trillion of global supply chains that are going to move. And $1 trillion out of that, India has the potential to capture. So there's a huge opportunity from some of these shifts that we're seeing globally.
I was just going to add one comment on the power consumption. I saw a really interesting report just a few months ago. If you look at every country's total power consumption, and if you counted all the data centres in the world and added up their power consumption, currently they equal the 4th largest total country consumption. And it is expected that their consumption will exceed the largest single country's consumption of power within 5 years. That's how much demand they're drawing.
That is incredible. So now moving to the virtual world, right? At least with traditional CPUs, I think companies have done a clear delinking of the physical infrastructure from the virtual infrastructure. But in the AI world, there seems to be a much stronger linkage. So could you help educate us a little bit on this and how you're thinking about optimizing for things like power consumption, et cetera, on the back of it?
Yeah, sure. I think, see, one of the things Vishal talked about this Moore's law, right? I was just thinking that Thiruvalluvar was the one who introduced the Moore's law to us, actually, right? So if you really see that with the 7 words, he was able to make 700 pages of what needs to be done in 7 words, right? So, so Moore's law was there long time, 1,000 years back, is what I was just thinking when Vishal was talking about Moore's law, right? So the way I am talking about that is, if you see CPU, GPU, and QPUs, that's going to dominate the world now, right? So the CPU, traditional computing, and then the graphical GPUs, and then the quantum processing going to come in. Traditionally, CPU and GPU also, GPU calculates it like a floating points, right? It do the calculations on floating points, right? So it needs more power. I have been experienced in setting up data centers across the globe. I have done more than 35, 40 data centers I have set it up across the globe at this point in time. And we have done a lot of proof of concepts we have been doing with the GPUs. A 8 GPU requires 5 to 8 times of the power, similar power of a 8 CPU. So that means your power consumptions is going to go minimum 8. We are not talking about 10% of power increase, 20% of power increase. We are talking about 10 times, 8 times power consumption going to go if you really want to put this in factory. That is a big issue. I'll call it as an opportunity as well as an issue, because people are talking about a lot of sustainability and stuff like that. So what we are doing, or what I will ask the youngsters to do some research, and you can contribute on this, is how to reduce our power consumption on our traditional CPUs. If you see Intel and AMD, today I think AMD announced their, how they are going to optimize the CPU power consumption. So they are trying to figure it out that, okay, guys, I know that GPU, you are going to increase your power. Can I help you in optimizing the power in consuming CPU so that you can use that power for GPU, right? So that is the one way of optimizing the infrastructure we are trying to do. The second type of optimizing the infrastructure we are looking at is can I do some predictive analytics using AI? Because we want to see the failure points on this infrastructure today. Because infrastructure today, any infrastructure can fail. If we can use AI to predict the failure point of this infrastructure so that we can optimize the usage of the current infrastructure and so that we can reduce the power consumption on that. That's another area which we are researching. Our team is trying to do some research on that also. They are doing it. So these two are from the power perspective. That is a major change that is happening from a data center perspective. The another change that is happening where Neil is also talked about is the bandwidth actually. So if you see traditional CPU, our bandwidth requirement is 10 gigabytes kind of a port speed, which we will be using for network. Whereas in GPU world, minimum you need a 40 gig to 400 gig kind of a network speed you need for the data to transfer, right? So you need to do a lot of optimization to see how you can optimize the network bandwidth and how we can use it effectively. So that's another area where the team is spending a lot of time and energy on how to optimizing the network piece of it. The third thing I will talk about is the data. You know that the data is getting doubled every day actually. Every enterprise's data, if you see the requirement of data requirement, it's kind of doubling or tripling on a every quarterly basis. The requirement of data is tripling. With the GPU coming in play, with the AI coming in play, this is a huge requirement for data is going to come. And how are we going to accommodate that kind of a volume that I am going to store it and I am going to recover it, right? So we are, as a research and organization, we are spending a lot of time on data optimization and data storage, how I can effectively store and retrieve the data. So three areas we are focusing on, Varun, which is mainly on the power. And the second one is on the network, which we are working on. And the third dimension is on the data we are working on to make an effective usage of GPUs.
Very interesting. So this is a bit of a perspective on how AI can help AI infrastructure for all practical purposes, right? Going back to Neil, you spoke about the different types of infrastructure that needs to be in place. What do you see as the state in India today and some of the initiatives that India and Tamil Nadu needs to drive to be at the forefront of connectivity of GPUs, CPUs, and of cooling solutions?
Sure. Before that, I just want to add to the previous question. Sorry, I missed one very important aspect of AI, and that's something which is very, very important to note, is that while we manufacture intelligence or process this data and create these use cases and build these models in large data centers or large factories, it's very important to note is that we use it through inferencing workloads, right? And inferencing typically would need a low latency condition, and therefore edge computing also is a very important facet of AI, which I didn't mention earlier. And that's an infrastructure also which, and ties into this question which you asked about India, because it's not only about massive data centers with massive infrastructure to power that data center and the other cooling solutions, etc., but also about how do we do low latency inferencing. And NVIDIA just introduced a new supercomputer, which once again is more for training incidentally, but how do we do inferencing at scale in a low latency format by distributing this GPU compute is very, very important part of that puzzle, to solve that puzzle. So coming to this question, I think previous speaker, Vishal, did speak about India, but I'll restrict myself to Tamil Nadu and Chennai. So very proud to say that Chennai is a major hub for us. We built our AI super factory here, and it's humming away to glory, and we hope to get as much workloads as possible on top of it. Chennai has 17 plus data centers, so it's the infrastructure availability in Chennai, power, water has been already taken care, and that's something which is really providing and augmenting the I think the AI revolution and speeding up and expediting the development of new use cases for sure. And also it's a major for us, it's a major sea cable landing station globally. So we carry a lot of voice and data traffic, global voice, and we carry more than 33% of the world's internet traffic. And we have, Chennai is a and Mumbai are the two large landing stations in India for us, for East and West. And therefore, it's a very critical place where, because we talked about data and networks, etc. So it's a very critical hub for us in that sense. And specifically, if I can say that how we can have government helping us further, a lot has been done, a lot has to be done. So definitely, I've thought about what I call as 4S, and at the top is the startups, etc. And we see a lot of youngsters, and Rajesh, you gave some, in your initial remarks. But skilling up and sustaining the startups to absorb this youth in this new revolution is very, very important. So these are the 2S. Sustainability, we got a lot of statistics on power consumption, etc. But I would, really urge the government to push more for optimized, power optimized data centers, sustainable data centers, and there are a lot of techniques which are coming in. We have implemented, as I earlier said, direct liquid to chip, basically getting chilled water into the server itself, so that you can take away the heat from the server and not depend on traditional, hot aisle, cold aisle system, and air-cooled data centers. And then now you have liquid immersed technologies, liquid immersion. So a fast movement towards that will certainly help. And last but not the least, also as consumers of AI and Gen AI in particular, by introducing use cases at scale, at population scale for citizens, for traffic management, for public safety, and for smart cities, if we can quickly, go down that path of using Gen AI, it will lead to better productivity, better outcomes for citizens at lower price points. So that I would definitely urge our governments to help us, particularly sitting in Chennai, Tamil Nadu government.
Wonderful. I just want to pause on this. If I caught you right, 33% of internet traffic flows through your infrastructure.
Tata Communications carries, 33% of global internet routes and traffic.
Wonderful. And you're also saying that at least from a Chennai and Tamil Nadu point of view, the water and the power infrastructure needed is in place to be able to scale
absolutely,
up.
Absolutely. And that's why I decided Chennai to put our AI factory.
So I think just for the people in the audience, in terms of the opportunity in AI, both in the application layer where companies like TCS have a huge presence, right, in this region, and in the infrastructure layer where the kinds of foundations are in place.
Let me add one more thing, which is very important, right? Power being one of the major, as Rajesh explained in detail in terms of numbers. So to have a price optimized offering, we need to finally sell our compute and sell our services, right? Power costs are very, very important to contain because, as you said, 5 to 8 times, right? So we got the cheapest power in Chennai. Water availability, land availability, cheapest power. So, that's very, very important ingredient to have an economically optimized decision, right?
Wonderful, wonderful. So the foundations are there for AI. Now we use it to solve other problems. Maybe, Tim, a question for you in terms of localization. Right? Often when you think about GPUs, CPUs, you think global companies. But as someone who deals in the supply chain, to what extent is localization important, and what can India do to drive more localization of products?
Again, I think you touched on elements of this in the previous session. The whole Made in India initiative that started several years ago. So all of the companies whose products we represent historically made their products in Europe or other parts of the world. But since that India initiative came in, we've seen so many of them stand up factories and facilities here in India. And I think, that's selfish to them for 2 reasons. One, hoping to help the India economy to grow is a productive one. And obviously they're also leveraging the sheer volume of workforce that you have here as well. But that has certainly secured your supply chain strongly for the future. There are obviously still many other technologies and products in the ecosystem of what goes into a data center that come from other areas. So securing your supply chain can be as simple as, working with good partners who place forward orders in understanding the project deployment timeframes that you have. And that's, one of the most powerful values a good distribution partner can bring to a company. And I guess finally I'd kind of finish on, buy the best infrastructure you can possibly afford, because it's the foundation of the data center. And it is a minute cost in comparison to what is the running cost of the data center. And often those corners are cut and have a much longer standing ramification to ongoing costs than the established cost.
Indeed, indeed. It takes a long time to depreciate the infra investments that you make. Maybe one final, I think we've covered a lot of themes. One final question for you in terms of talent, right? I think you probably work with 500,000 people at any given point in time. What is needed to build the skills, capabilities in place to be at the forefront of what we're talking about, forefront of R&D, forefront of infrastructure and the supply chain?
Absolutely. So I think I will summarize it very quickly. Varun, talent is going to be key, and India, considering the population and the amount of youngsters coming out of the engineering, we have a huge opportunity. Like I mentioned before, people who are already in the industry, they need to unlearn and learn. This is very, very important. Unlearning is very tough than learning, actually. So because I have seen people struggling to adopt the new technology because the mindset, right? So they have a way of dealing so far, whether it's a network or whether it's see, everything is a software defined right now, right? I'll just give you an example. We have now implemented the country's largest cloud implementation for BSNL. We have done the 4G implementation. Tata has implemented that. And one of the things that I learned from that is the technology we have put in is nothing to do with the earlier network technologies, right? So it's a pretty new technology and it's a open stack based, and people need to unlearn and learn. So that is number one. Number two is we are conducting a lot of TCS is conducting a massive training session, not only for the employees, but we are also giving a lot of training sessions for the colleges and other universities. TCS is conducting on the AI, Gen AI kind of a concept. So utilize those kind of a training. The only mantra for you is please use this opportunity. We are all from a very middle class background 35 years back, and I still remember that we learned those mainframe technologies that time, right? So mainframe was pretty common those time, and then things have evolved. Now you guys are having a better ecosystem, better training institutes, better corporates supporting you. So you have a future. I will say that you have a tremendous future opportunities for you guys to learn. So please learn, and learn more. Thank you.
Yeah, we may have to define what mainframe means to some of the people here, but that's a good thing. That's a sign of progress. So thank you, gentlemen. It's been a fascinating conversation. I think just as we started, the foundations are in place for us to capture the AI opportunity. A lot of work done in the supply chain, infrastructure, foundations, R&D, etc. So the opportunity is really limitless. So I want to close the session by asking a question for all of you, which is, how do you want to shape the world building on top of all of this? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. I think that was a deep discussion, and I'm sure if you have any questions, I think, do we have time for Q&A? Any questions? Yeah, we will take a couple of questions, and the rest you can take it offline. So, can I have mic sent over there, please?
Hello. So you said that 33% of global internet traffic goes through your company. So right now there is a lot of protectionist policies adopted by a lot of countries across the world. Let's take when it comes to Europe, they have implemented GDPR regulations where it mandates data to be processed locally. And India as well is going on similar lines with acts like DPTP, which is yet to be implemented in a phased manner in the upcoming years. And it's a trend globally, everybody does that. So if, India has been, when it comes to the software, service and stuff like that, has been a net exporter of things. But right now, everybody is tracing back to kind of deglobalization when it comes to IT and stuff like that. Even when it comes to WTO, there's something like the expiry of moratorium on custom duties on electronic transmission, which prevents free movement of data. So how do you tackle these things? Like if data has to be stored locally within India, does it increase the necessity of AI infra data centers, these things? and how does it affect your company? And if at all, if data has to be done locally, then we need a lot of AI infrastructure. Then again, we need to depend on NVIDIA or companies which isn't originating from India. So how does India become self-sufficient with respect to this infrastructure, and how do you deal with all of these things is my question. Thanks.
It's a tough question. A good question. So I think there are two aspects to your question. One is, what's the effect of all this, I would say, more sovereignty and data residency norms which are developing, and in the background of geopolitics, which is fast evolving. And the second one is, how do we protect ourselves? I think, because we are critical infrastructure still comes from other parts of the world. Second one is difficult one, but I'll answer the first one. So we have to think about it, and incidentally, and this is a very good question, because yesterday we were discussing this in the context of some requirements in the Middle East region, because they also have UAE, Saudi, Europe, as you mentioned, UK, all regions of the world, all countries have this sovereign requirements, Indonesia now. So the only way to handle this is, putting up distributed data centers. There's no other way, because the laws would prevent you from taking data out. And though, in principle, as you also mentioned in your question itself, in principle, training can be done anywhere in the world, because network infrastructure is there. You need to augment it, of course. Training can be done anywhere in the world, as I mentioned earlier in my response, that inferencing at scale, low latency requires local, but training can be in theory, but practically, because of this, we'll have to set up local data centers. And because the requirements are becoming huge, large countries can afford. India certainly, and I think Vishal exposed that cause. Certainly we should. So that's a reality, and we'll have to live with the reality. We'll have to see where we need to put those data centers to comply to those local norms. If it is going to be continental Europe, we'll have to, obviously GDPR, India, DPDP, and all countries have now their own versions of these data residency, data privacy laws. So we'll have to do that. So there is no escaping, and we'll have to compete locally with local providers, and we will do that. As a global company, we will continue to do that. Does it have any effect on the traffic, global internet traffic? That's a different kind of traffic. There's a lot of consumer traffic which flows, so, majority of the traffic is consumer traffic actually, not enterprise traffic, right? So that will continue to evolve. The second is a larger question, actually, that goes into the heart of R&D and IP development in India. And I think as a group, I think we are making a lot of strides in getting there, right? So we have group initiatives around developing, and maybe Rajesh, you might want to
Make in India, definitely yes. The second question is, if you see kind of Tejas kind of a company, we have started developing the network equipments on our own. So we are not depending anymore on the global infrastructure on network. Some of this network for BSNL, for example, is being manufactured in India only. We are not depending on the outside infrastructure. But I am not sugarcoating it too much. We are a long way to go. Still, we need to have this make in India kind of, for example, chips, semiconductor. You would have heard about Tata's investment on semiconductors. So we have taken the right step. So hopefully we should be able to do it in the next 10 years down the line. We should be self-dependent.
Okay. Hey, wonderful, Rajesh, Neelakantan and team. So great conversations, and thanks, Varun, for moderating. My question is anchoring around the statement what we are compared with the .com era versus the AI era, and nice correlation in terms of there will be plethora of work options for the engineers, and you also told about the learning and unlearning. My question is, it's a sort of dichotomy. In today's ET last page, Mark Benioff from Salesforce, he is mentioning that they are reducing their workforce, coding engineers workforce, by 30%. If the person like Salesforce, who are doing a massive sort of automation and computation things, they are putting the statements something like 30%, right? So how do you envisage your correlation of more jobs out of AI in a practical sense? What type of roles you are envisaging to
See,
to
I
come
will
into
make it
practice?
very, very simple for you. So, for example, coding, you normally do coding and assume that AI is going to take over the coding. For example, you are having more than 100 people doing coding today, and then AI is going to replace those 100 people because coding, AI can do is coding on its own. But your job nature will shift. Earlier, you are training yourself, and now you are going to train the machine which is stupid than you. End of the day, a machine cannot be more intelligent than your brain. So the job nature is going to shift from training myself, I'm going to train somebody else, which is the machine today. So the whole nature of job is going to change in the future that is going to come. The 100 people who are going to get the coding nature of job is not going to be there, but definitely the 100 people are going to look into how to train this machine, how to train a model, how to build an agent to support it, right? It's a huge work that is going to come in. And number two, I'm just taking an example of the infrastructure itself. The infrastructure work earlier, you used to go and configure certain machines, right? That's the configuration work you will be doing on infrastructure. Now you will be doing more predictive nature of infrastructure. You will be spending more time on what can go wrong rather than go and do something, fixing something which has gone wrong already. Now your nature of job will shift to think, predict what can go wrong and how you can make the machine model correct, right? So this is if you really want to give a context, very simple example, candles and matchbox. When candle was there, no electricity was there. People were manufacturing candles and the products associated towards candle like matchboxes they are manufacturing. And when light bulbs have started coming in, your manufacturing industry was focusing on something different to adhere to the light bulbs, right? So same thing, don't worry about it. It's going to create more jobs. Your nature of job is going to change. That's what I was telling, unlearn and learn new things. Don't stick to what you know. Try to understand how to get into the new era of Gen AI. So definitely job is not going to go away anywhere.
Sure, sir. But let's keep that as the last question, and rest of the questions I know you're eager to ask, but please take it offline. We will send the speakers down, and you have your time.
Yeah. First of all, thank you so much for allowing me. Thank you, Srini. Thank you, Neil, Varun, and Tim. My question is two-part, and I'll make it very simple. The first one is, Bill, if I remember, Microsoft chairman Bill Gates was recruiting nuclear scientists, and we were surprised, and actually want to set up a nuclear power plant to run the data centers. And Iceland, as you mentioned, as part of a geo, it was fantastic, but then the local populace really felt, as Tim, you mentioned, data centers probably would use probably the fourth largest electricity consumption. At that pace, how this is going to be sustainable is my one question, right? If you're using the renewable energy, nuclear power, how far do you think it's going to be sustainable? The second, I think, Neil, on a lighter note, is that we are having the digital twin, and you also talked about you having a token of yourself. Do you think this digital twin is going to be of me? I'm using the word digital twin of me. Is that going to be a challenge for me, or is it going to be an advantage?
No, I will maybe probably, you want that, I'll try to answer the second question, and then probably first question I don't have the answer actually. How we are going to sustain it, that's a larger question, and sure, we all need to work towards that sustainability, right? So it's not going to be an easy solution on that. But on the digital twin, my feeling is definitely the digital twin is going to make more challenge to me rather than it's going to pose challenge to somebody else, meaning that I need to improve my skills every day to make me better than my digital twin.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I think that sums it up.
Thank you, gentlemen.
So much.
Thank you all for your questions. I'm sure speakers can clarify all your questions downstairs. And now I'm going to request you to please stay back. We would love to honor you with a small momentum. And I'd like to invite Mr. Mohan Sahayaraj, Assistant Director, Government of Tamil Nadu. Sir, please join us on the stage, who will be presenting a memento to all of our speakers. Can I have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, sir. Thank you, speakers. So that was an intense discussion. With that, we are done with this session. We will be starting off our next session in 2 minutes from now. While we do not have a deliberate break session, we were supposed to have, but still, if you would like to refresh yourself, please refresh and come back and join us. But we will be starting off a session in 2 minutes from now. Thank you. Sure. Welcome back, everyone. We're about to begin our next session for the day, which we will be discussing on leveraging AI in cyber defense, building Tamil Nadu's world-class cyber talent. And joining us on the panel are our moderator, Mr. Rahuveeran Soumya Narayanan. Mr. Rahuveeran Soumya Narayanan is our moderator for the day, who's the AI Global Delivery Head at Wipro Limited, has over 30 years of experience in program management, sales, and strategy. Known for his thoughtful leadership in AI and analytics, he drives innovative AI strategies and solutions. Mr. Rahuveeran also spearheads ethical AI practices, ensuring adherence to responsible AI standards. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Rahuveeran Soumya Narayanan. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. And moving on to our speakers for the day, Mr. Krishna Sai, CTO, SolarWinds, who is a seasoned technologist with over 2 decades of experience in product development, technology innovation, and AI at global companies like SolarWinds, Atlassian, and Groupon. As CTO of SolarWinds, he shapes the company's product vision in IT, cloud operations, cybersecurity, and AI, while fostering a culture of continuous improvement and mentoring young engineers. Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us. Moving on, we have Mr. Blair Koch, who's the CEO and President of Acertus, leading the company in redefining vehicle across North America. With a focus on innovation and operational excellence, he has positioned Acertus as a trusted partner in the automotive industry. Mr. Blair's forward-thinking approach and commitment to customer-centric solutions ensure the company stays ahead in a rapidly changing landscape. And joining us on the panel is next Mr. Rahul Sasi, an Indian entrepreneur, founder of Cloud SEK, and a security expert. He has made significant open source contribution to the security landscape and is an invited speaker to over 25 plus countries. He was the youngest member of RBI's Digital Lending Committee. Thank you, Mr. Rahul Sasi, for joining us. And last but not least, Mr. Arahu Periyannan, founder and CTO of Blue Jeans Network, who has over 20 years of experience in research, product development, and strategy for networking and video products. Previously, he had held key roles at Apple, Blue Coat Systems, and Greylock Management. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Arahu Periyannan as well. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us, and the stage is yours. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, all. Am I audible? So it's an interesting topic that we are planning to discuss today. Some facts I think we can think about. In India in 2023, we had 79 million cyber attacks. In Tamil Nadu, cyber financial attacks in 2024, I think it is worth 1,116 crores. And out of which, our cyber crime wing of police frozen the accounts of worth 526 crore, and 48 crores have been recovered and given to the right individuals back. So that is the kind of scenario that exists in India and in Tamil Nadu. If we look globally, I think it is much, much bigger threat. In September 2023, Tamil Nadu police website was hacked. Ransomware attack was there, and they demanded $20,000 to recover the website. So these are the various real-time events that have been happening in India and in Tamil Nadu. There is a cyber security policy 2.0 that have been announced in September 2024 in Tamil Nadu, keeping all these activities in mind. Now, knowing this, all these things that happen, so what do we do? First of all, we should be able to detect, identify the cyber security attacks. Then we should be able to mitigate. Then we should be able to actually prevent. So in today's conversation, I think we will touch upon all these aspects. We have panel from diverse background, having started their own startups, companies. So they will be able to share a lot of perspectives around this. So now when we are talking about attacks, what are the various types of attacks we have? Ransomware attack, I think many of you will be familiar. The other one recent attack is AI attacks. So one way AI is helping us to prevent these attacks, but AI has its own inherent limitations with which the AI attacks are also being made. Again, during the course of the discussion, I'm sure we will be able to share some live examples. There are ransomware as service kits that are made available once the GenAI came up in 2022 end. So which means the criminals will be able to create the ransomware kits pretty fast. Now they are leveraging GenAI much better than others. So with that context, so we will move on to some questions. I may point a question to one of the panel members, but others also will add in as appropriate. So the first question is to Mr. Rahul. It's about the cyber security landscape is clearly expanding, and there is an impact happening globally and in India and in Tamil Nadu as well. Now the AI, Gen AI is also now recently had a peak come in. Now, what are our strategies? I know you have a startup in the security space, so you can share your perspective on how can we leverage AI, Gen AI in detecting, mitigating, and preventing, and set up something for Tamil Nadu that we will be able to leverage. From that perspective, you can share your thoughts.
Absolutely. Thank you, and first of all, great to be here. I was almost going to be killed today morning. Just before I reached here, I had a car accident. I was supposed to reach here at 7. Unfortunately, the Uber which I took almost, came head-on with the truck, like a small thing. And, you're on the phone, or, heading to the airport, and all of a sudden, poof. And, for a few minutes, you have no idea what happens, and you're scared. And for the next 15 minutes, you're on shock, right? Nothing happened, but you're really on shock. And I was really contemplating, whether I should now go, I'm not a religious person, but when something bad happens is when you start thinking of God and superstitions and all, that is it really a good day to really go, take a flight. So, 15, 20 minutes when my flight left. But then one thing I learned long back is that if you started a journey, you have to complete that journey, right? You can't go back. So I took the next flight. I'm here. I came here primarily because these guys, Alagu invited me. Alagu was my first customer back in 2015, 10 years before when we started the company. And meeting these amazing people who came all the way from the US, from around, it's important to be here, right? So first of all, thanks a lot. It feels great to be here, first time, to be alive and be here. And a little bit of the, before I go into the very specific question, our company has been built, we were a cybersecurity company. We leverage AI to build Cell, right? And we build everything at this point of time, sitting in Bangalore, in India, selling to the world. And the foundation of when we started the company was that good talent is everywhere. Great people are everywhere. It's not just sitting in one part of the world. Today, you could be in any part of the world and build anything great, right? So our idea was that why can't we build a great product from this country and sell to the world, or sell it to anywhere? So, so a little bit about the cybersecurity aspect of what we build, and so what we build in the company is cyber intelligence, right? We provide information to our customers about incidents before it has happened. And because you mentioned about the Tamil Nadu police incident, I was just looking at the records of information we have shared we share information with a lot of people. One of the information we have shared to Tamil Nadu police was, they have a portal, online portal, which tracks crimes, right? The username and password of this portal was exposed on the dark web. And people who don't know, the dark web is like a place on the internet where people buy, sell information. And anybody could go log into that portal and alter crime information, right? You can maybe probably make one of your friends the culprit to a crime. I'm just saying. I was looking at another incident, which is, if you look at TN, a lot of things are digitalized, right? There's one incident report which we shared with the TN government was that, and it's fixed by the way, the Tahsildars and a lot of e-government initiatives are happening. The portal access of, and if you look at the panchayat, every document you share with the panchayat is now trying to be digitalized. The Tahsildars' passwords was exposed, which led to the access of the e-governance portal, which means pretty much every PII information, every document you have submitted could have been exposed to a bad guy. So our job is to predict these things, see what is going to happen before the attack itself has happened, right? That's what we foundationally do. And how do we do it? And I'll tell you, we build a 250 people company, close to 100 crores in revenue by doing simple things. So it's not about the, well, it's simple, but there's a lot of efforts went in, but it's about the value create for the customer which matters. It's not about how difficult or easy it is. The journey will be difficult, but the value create for the end user is what matters a lot, right? And with AI coming into everything which I spoke about in cybersecurity, you could automate the whole workflow. Tomorrow, you wouldn't need me to be even telling this whole incident. We wouldn't need our computer system. If you look at it today, what we are capable of is we can identify the information, validate that information, and make preventive actions as well. All three things. With AI technology which is available there, right? Now, which means this opportunity which we created is there for everyone. And I want to conclude, a little bit of our founding principles. The first contract we got from Blue Jeans was because Blue Jeans, okay, and now the question is, you start something, you build something, how do you get your first customer in that? The first customer I got Blue Jeans was that Blue Jeans approached me for a job. They wanted to hire me as a security engineer in the company. Almost the time which I left my previous company, Citrix. Then I was like, this is an opportunity, right? Opportunity not to get another job because I wanted to build a company. But in the interview, I started showing the interview panel what I was building. So each level, I started showing a little bit of, hey, this is what I'm doing, right? In the final, when I reached the final panel, I'm like, instead of hiring me, give me that money as a contract. My company will work for you. That's how we get our first contract, and it was almost 25 lakhs at that point of time, and and now that became crores, right? So I just want to conclude that opportunity comes when you talk to the right people with the right things, and yeah.
Yeah, no, as Rahul pointed, I tried to hire him, but amazing journey. Like this was about 10 years ago, 0 to 250 people or something like that, all security professionals. So he can, if you want to know like how to get into security, he's the guy to talk to. Like, he's actually built a security team entirely out of India, doing millions of dollars of revenue with global customers. So that's pretty amazing, and the opportunity is amazing here. But, as Rahul pointed out, the situation right now is, people talk about in the security, it's a cat and mouse game. The security hackers get more sophisticated, then the defense gets more sophisticated, then the hackers get even more sophisticated, so it's a back and forth. And today with AI, I think the hackers are much more sophisticated, and the people that are defending are sort of a little bit not quite ready for that. I think there's a lot of good technology that exists that we'll sort of talk about in several more questions here that we'll talk about, but so the defense needs to catch up to the hackers right now, right? Do you agree with that? Yeah.
Absolutely, Algo. And I was going to add, there's a famous quote by this boxer, Mike Tyson. It says, everybody has a plan until you get punched in the face, right? So when you're on the receiving side of a cybersecurity attack, right, either as a corporate person who's responsible for it, or a live business who's responsible for the customers and the trust with customers, or a government agency which is responsible even more for the responsibility of their citizens, when there is a cybersecurity incident, as we call it, there is nothing that is more important or more, shall we say, impactful for your business. Because it impacts trust, it impacts the core character of your organization, it impacts every aspect of your business. And, you know, I come from a company called Sullivan's, which is the target of a major nation state attacking a private company, as an example, right? And with AI, with the increasing surface area of the attack, AI is not limited by humans. You can have a multiple and hundreds and thousands of agents quickly adapting to an attack vector, so to speak. You can have the sophisticated nature of attack also goes up because it's not limited by a human being. And so when AI is kind of introduced into the equation, just the level of sophistication, the threat of cybersecurity, even though as an industry we've been evolving, it just takes it to a whole another level. And honestly, we are very, very early in the preparation for how to deal with it, right? Whether as technologies, as skill sets, or as regulations, or as processes, etc. It's very, very early. And that opens up a massive opportunity for anybody who's interested in cybersecurity and AI to be able to contribute and to participate and, you know, to benefit from that opportunity.
Okay, so the next question is to Blair. So theory goes different ways. So, but practically, we need to understand how AI is really revolutionizing the cybersecurity processes. Yeah. Would you like to share some of the practical examples based on your experience as a CTO of an org?
Yeah, I'm the Chief Digital Officer for a logistics company in the US called Acertus. We're in the business of moving vehicles. So we have a great panel here, and the panel here is build products for the practical application in companies like mine. So with my responsibility as a Chief Digital Officer, I have responsibility for our entire application portfolio. So really when you kind of look at an application life cycle, from the time you build an application to the time you retire it, you know, cyber security and security in general needs to be taken into account through that entire life cycle. And then with that, there are practical applications of the tools that the companies are building now, pretty much through that entire life cycle. So AI is really revolutionizing how we protect our environment in companies like mine and hundreds of companies all around the world. So, you know, when you kind of think about it, if you kind of start with the life cycle at the beginning, well, first of all, it starts with the culture. I really try to instill in my company a culture of security, and I continuously preach over and over, and you guys should think about that when you go work in an organization, that security really needs to be the #1 priority. I always say security and stability, because if you're vulnerable to attacks, it can be devastating to a company. The amount of money that's spent now on cyber attacks and ransomware attacks within a company, it can really be devastating to a company. We recently in the US had major company in the business I'm in had a ransomware attack against a company that runs or about 50% of the automotive dealerships in the US, and they were down for over a week, and it completely paralyzed, and it's hard to say whether they'll even recover from that incident. So it starts with a culture, first of all, I think a culture within the organization. But if you think about application development now, which I'm responsible for, everything from the building of an application now, obviously we're using the tools like ChatGPT, maybe private models for that, but that's for, AI plays a role in that, and you can make sure that you leverage that to make sure you're building secure solutions, first of all, and that you don't have vulnerabilities. Many of you are probably working with tools like GitHub. When you check a application now into GitHub, you can have scans against that application source code to make sure that developers aren't embedding passwords, for example. You guys don't do that, right? Don't do that in the software, which still happens to this day, even though you preach that over and over. But you can use AI now to help identify those situations. And I'd probably say the next phase of the life cycle is running your application, putting it into a production environment. And AI has really been a practical example of that now is when you think about all the devices in an organization, it might be desktops, mobile devices, you have cloud computing now, all the SaaS software that you have, all of these software and devices produce log files, and all those log files is just a ton of data that needs to be collected, processed, and then with that you can identify nefarious activity or attacks, and AI plays a big role in that type of activity now. So that's another real practical application of AI, is weeding out the noise and identifying what are real issues that should be dealt with. And then once you identify that incident, as Sai had said, once you identify that incident, you need to alert on it. Hopefully you could self-heal that incident, maybe block it from occurring, but sometimes you need to get a human involved, and that's another practical example. We use a security operations center, and this state actually is a big provider of that type of service to many organizations like mine, where we can have 24/7 monitoring of the environment, and when these alerts occur, someone may need to intervene, maybe notify leadership like myself that a nefarious activity is occurring, or deal with it, block the right access, and make sure that the attack doesn't go any further. Then maybe lastly in the life cycle is retiring an application and looking at what capabilities are available to be able to retire this application, and AI is playing a big role in that discovery process now. So that should give you a flavor that really AI is becoming the new air and water in the way that we do things. You really can't function without AI in the practical running of a business, and then that applies to cybersecurity as it does other aspects of the business. But really I'm the consumer. My type of company is the consumer of these types of products, and hopefully they'll continue to mature with AI and prevent that nefarious activity. And these people are bringing guns to a knife fight. They are continually getting more sophisticated. So AI is probably one of the only ways we'll really be able to defense against that moving forward.
Just to add to that, I do agree with that. I mean, with just the number of what we call as threat vectors, which is essentially the number of ways in which you can potentially attack, so to speak, when that increases, AI has to be your first line of defense, right? So it's very, very important. There's a couple of very good examples. Is like one interesting example is this was even before nowadays. In the last 2 years or so, AI is like right up there. But several AI as a technique for type of detecting has been around for a while. In 2018, I think there was a very famous kind of funny example. We have these casinos in the US. In one of those casinos, they installed this fancy aquarium with a lot of fancy equipments and cameras and lighting and automatic kind of colors and things like that. And turned out that all of these had some exposed ports and things like that, and through which a hacker was able to get into it and was able to get into the local network and was actually collecting files and sending them up, uploading them all the time. And that actually was found out because some AI software running in the casino's kind of network operation center noticed an abnormal number of type of uploads that was happening from that particular node. So these types of examples happen all the time, right? When you run a massive SaaS service, as an example, you're constantly, you can just assume there's a particular quote that I like. You're all young people, like to dance. They say, you have to dance as if nobody is watching, but when you think about security, you have to think about like everybody's watching. So and the only way you can do that is AI, and I think as the level of sophistication increases, AI has to also be improved, and Alagu, I know, is very, very interested in a lot of these technologies that are now not only enabling traditional things like looking at log files and looking for anomalous patterns and things like that, but also as the nature of generative AI increases, how the systems can adopt. So for example, in the first generation of AI systems, there was a lot of rule-based systems, okay? If, for example, the amount of data goes from a node increases by 75%, alert a human operator, right? Like those are all rule-based systems. But what happens with the rule-based systems is AI, when you have a bunch of AI agents, so to speak, that are attacking, they are adapting to your environment and your defenses all the time, which means the defenses that you have to put in place must also adapt to the threat vectors, right? Which is why a whole slew of all of you who are interested in kind of building these technologies need to think about how you can use AI to be adaptive to the types of threats that are actually happening as well.
Yeah, that made me think of when you were saying that it's like whack-a-mole. Have you guys ever played that game where you hit this thing and that goes down, then another one pops up? That's what it's like to defend your environment in today's world. It's like whack-a-mole. But it also made me think that it is interesting that the AI that the nefarious actors are using to be able to penetrate, companies like mine, we actually are using to help us prevent. So we learn from those same, and of course we get some people to come over from the dark side and do penetration tests. And again, another big opportunity for businesses is to do external, internal penetration tests and essentially professionally try to hack my organization. And that'll allow us to try to prevent the real nefarious actors from doing that. So that's another, I think, practical application.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think, in terms of how AI is helping, it's getting more and more sophisticated. I mean, the latest one that I saw, and I think, Sai, you said you guys are already using it, is so you have an AI that's sort of watching your source code repository for new code that's being put in. It automatically checks out the new code, looks for all the security vulnerabilities in that code, fixes those vulnerabilities, creates a pull request, and then tells you, okay, here, I fixed a few pieces, you review it before you put it into the, back into the repo. So those kinds of tools are now starting to be used on the defense side. And I think it's going to become pretty standard practice. I mean, when I tried to hire Rahul and failed at that attempt, I mean, I had maybe 2 engineers out of a 200-person team that was full-time dedicated to security. I think we increased that team to about 5. So you can see the percentage. For 200 software developers, we had like only 5 security engineers. I mean, you need a way to scale them. And that's kind of where I think AI will come and help, where it's sort of acting as almost a helper for every single engineer.
Yeah. I mean, just to add to what Alagu said, right? I mean, I'll tell you what we pay for a good security engineer. And let me define what a security engineer in our company does, right? We have somebody whom we pay almost 40 lakhs per year. That's like multiple times the average of a lot of salary. And this person is just 3 years, passed out college 2 years back. So total 3 years of experience, if you just think about it in that particular perspective. But we have the best of the best people. So why do we pay somebody 40 lakhs? Is he not only researches, like I said, right? I mean, today, with what he has just independently built, we could identify if a bank's vendor has a flow. For example, I'll give a simple example, right? The use case first. Today, if you look at any banks, for that matter, the ATMs, the banks cannot be hacked because they put enormous amount of money in security. But they're vendors. And a simple vendor is the people who load money into ATMs. The bank does not do that. A vendor does that. A vendor manages the entire operations of an ATM. So if I'm going to hack the ATM, what happens is every day somebody goes to the ATM, they have to upload a series of information about the ATM to the cloud, saying that, hey, I've loaded this much amount of money, this is the denominator it is sitting in, the ATM is functioning well, etc., etc. This audit application is sitting on a cloud. And one thing we found is that the cloud application's API key is hard-coded in the JavaScript file, which means, in simple terms, you could actually get the entire control of different ATMs and information about that, not by hacking the bank, but the vendor of the bank. Now, this is a huge threat.
Go to the weakest link.
Weakest link, right?
Yeah.
So the automation this engineer has done is find automatically all the vendors of any organization, identify any weak links, see it could be exploited. If it could be exploited, can it lead to information about that customer of ours? Can money be lost, or can customer information be extracted from that? Build the whole evidence, submit that evidence to our customer. This whole flow researched and developed, right? So why am I saying this is because security is going to be useful, but good security engineers who is going to be eventually paid well need to not only understand security, but engineer as well. So eventually, in my perspective, good engineers would be the highest paid security engineers.
Yeah. One practical example that I can add from a slightly different perspective is on the AI attack side. Now, this is how we can take help of AI to prevent attacks. The other one is AI attacks itself. So one example could be there is a self-driven car. Let's say there is a signal. Now that signal, red, yellow, green, if somebody is able to make the AI algorithm to feel red as green, then there is accident bound to happen. So that is how AI attacks are being made. So practically. So now moving on, we talked about theory, we talked about practical examples. So where we have to ensure that rubber meets the road. So how can we build the right talent, right skills, particularly for Tamil Nadu, where what kind of skills are really required so that we will be able to build the right cyber defense strategies in Tamil Nadu to prevent such things happening in future. Over to you, Krishna.
Thank you. For the longest time, when we think about security, especially cyber security, we used to only think about firewalls and web browsers and things like that. Now things have become very, very complex, right? And, when just a size, we talk about a $1 trillion economy in Tamil Nadu, which is a theme here. Just the cyber security kind of overall opportunity already is $2 trillion in the world, and it's growing, and this is even before AI. So there's a massive, massive market for folks who are interested in building up skills related to cybersecurity and AI. If you're a student, how many, just a quick show of hands, how many are actually students in the audience? If you can just raise your hands. Okay, and how many are IT or software professionals? Okay, fantastic. That's good to hear. So when you think about the skills that you need, if you want to build and develop in this area, there are about 5 different dimensions. One is, of course, the technical dimension, which is things like, things that you need to build to understand and build up your cybersecurity proficiency. Second is just having a good understanding of AI and data science and those types of systems, because, like Blair said, AI is like air and water. You have to start with that, right? So you have to have a baseline understanding, because you have to be able to have the skills to apply AI very, very easily, right? So as a skill set, you have to build that. The third is, funnily enough, when there's a lot, if you want to be a cyber security professional, and Rahul can attest to that, having soft skills and collaboration is actually a very, very important skill to have. Because like I said before, when you are on the receiving side of a cybersecurity incident, Having good communication skills internally and externally is super important and can make or break how your organization actually responds to it. Or if you are an on-call engineer or security or a software professional, and if someone comes and says, hey, you know, the code that you wrote has this vulnerability, how do you respond to that, as an example? Those types of soft skills, so to speak, are very, very important. And we live in an increasingly regulated environment, right? There's a lot of new laws that are being passed related to cybersecurity and AI. In Europe, generally tends to lead the way when it comes to regulation, and there's a word, just like we all know about GDPR and things like that, there is a new act called DORA, Digital Operational Resilience Act. The US is also passing, there's an executive order that President Biden passed last year around cybersecurity and AI. So these types of regulatory things are going to be front and center. So, you know, that's another area where understanding compliance, understanding security and regulations is another area. Last but not the least, an area that Rahul and Alagu are talking. In any company, when you think about security, there'll be like 5 guys who talk different, who look different, and they're always thinking about different things. And they have a certain mindset. And that mindset is actually super important because it's a mindset of curiosity, it's a mindset of adaptability, and these things are important. And we talked about culture, having a cybersecurity culture in an organization, whether you're a student or you're a professional. You know, building that culture is important. So when you think about skills, there is a lot of opportunity to participate in this $2 trillion plus cybersecurity industry. But you can specialize in each of these areas, but also be able to, start where you are, right? In addition to becoming proficient about all these technologies and reading and understanding, you can start, if you're in a company or in your school, you can start a cybersecurity club, as an example. Invite a community to organize meetups. If you are part of a software organization, become the security champion for your team. If you're part of a Scrum team, we do something called security champions in companies like Atlassian and SolarWinds, etc., where every Scrum team has a security champion. And it's a role, it's not one person. So for example, for the next couple of sprints, there'll be one person who's a security champion, and it's a moving role. But one of those things that does is, you can never have enough people in a company or in the software industry who are security professionals, are proficient in security technologies and so on. So these types of best practices are things that you can take on wherever you are, right, as a student or as a professional.
Don't take on hacking. Avoid that.
If you are, become an ethical hacker.
Yeah, or be an ethical hacker.
Right? So just to expand on that, I was telling this to Blair early today, and Alagu was highlighting, as they built Blue Jeans as well, there are 2 typical ways in which we engage communities. One is definitely what is called as bug bounty programs, right? We offer rewards through platforms like Bugcrowd, etc. If you are an ethical hacker and you find a certain vulnerability, and if you accept that, we'll actually reward you. We also are partners with industries where there's an industry called Zero Day Initiative, where if you're an ethical hacker and a researcher, if you become a security researcher and you do identify a critical vulnerability in a particular product, we actually work with you to reward you, right? So if you are, in fact, thinking about hacking, become an ethical hacker, become a security researcher.
Thank you. So, one more key important aspect is this cyber security threat. One single entity cannot really tackle this. So we always talk about collaboration between industry, academia, etc. Now, how can we take that interdisciplinary approach, and how that is going to benefit Tamil Nadu in forming a right strategy with this collaboration across industry, academia, and all, and government as well. So, Aragu, over to you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think, today's sort of hacking is being done by nation state type actors, right? And so you cannot have a single company defend against a nation state. I mean, I know, size very much, the big SolarWinds case is a case in point here, where they actually hacked SolarWinds and through that got to every defense and federal agency, in multiple countries around the world, right? I mean, so, and these are nation states going after that. So you need a collaboration between government, private industry, and academia to really be prepared to go and defend yourself. So from an academia point of view, I can tell you, most of you probably, who are in the IT space, did some sort of computer science or information systems program. I'm starting to see, even in the United States, more and more programs having specializations, so you do a CS degree, but you have a specialization in security. Or nowadays, I guess the fad is specialization in AI or data science, right? And I think more and more universities need to do that. And maybe, Rahul, you should talk about, you built from zero, just yourself, to 250 people. How did you find these people in the universities? Because I don't think the universities are preparing all the people in the right way. So how are you sort of finding people, and then, of course, how are you training them and preparing them? Right?
Yeah, great question, Alago. By the way, I myself, I'm a student of Tamil Nadu. I spent 7 semesters, almost close to 4 years of my engineering in Tamil Nadu in OT. But I didn't complete my engineering. I left engineering my 7th semester to go work in cybersecurity full time. But I'll tell you my path, right?
Well, it shows that engineering degree is not enough.
Yeah.
You need the drive to basically,
So I'll tell you my path, because coming from a middle class, quitting engineering in 7th semester, I didn't tell my parents, first of all, I quit engineering. I quit because I got an offer from a cybersecurity company, and they want me to work as an intern for 6 months in their office in Pune. My college was like, you can't go off campus for 6 months. And I'm like, this is what I love to do. Why would I wait 6 months, complete my engineering, and then go work, right? I would rather work here now. So this got in my head. I quit my engineering in my 7th semester, went work for them as an intern. It was called Eyesight Partners. Eventually, they got acquired to Google Cloud, so it became a good news. But the point was that I was so afraid, because I didn't tell my parents I quit. But eventually, that company got me to do a full-timer. But I'll tell you what I did. After office, I came back every day, researched, learned new things. See, when you work, you're not learning, you're applying what you learned the other day. My perspective is that you have to invest more time, like how we invest today learning, every day as a process.
You need to learn to learn.
Yeah, learning has to be your day-to-day thing. Once you left college, learning doesn't stop there, right? Going to job is to apply the learning. So every day after office, I spend 3 to 4 hours researching on a topic. And what I did is I picked one cybersecurity topic for 6 months, researched on it, and started publishing papers on it. So when I started publishing papers on it, other people, other conferences, other countries wanted to listen to what I was publishing, because these papers interesting. One of the papers I did is you could hijack any drone remotely, right, mid-air, and take them over. So Forbes wrote an article about it. So people are like, hey, I want to hear how this thing is done. So people started inviting me to their country to give a talk about how it is done. So I started traveling to almost 25 plus countries free of cost by just researching. What I needed? Internet. All I needed was internet, right?
And now you can do it with ChatGPT,
yeah, with
right?
ChatGPT. Now, Google is going away, ChatGPT is taking that role. Everything you can get from ChatGPT. So once I got those answers, I did that for 5 years, 2010 to 2015. That's how I met a lot of people. I met people, I went to these conferences, spoke. A couple of people knew me, who eventually, when I started the company, wanted to join me. So why I'm saying this is because you have to build your persona over time, so that it is always about the first 2 or 3 people who join you. If people believe, a few set of people believe in you and joins you, then you could use that as a platform to build it into a huge number of people. But all of the people whom I hired, I always wanted to make sure they are really good. They followed a similar process. They're learning constantly. They're getting better at every day, because ultimately, eventually, machines are going to get much better at what we are doing today. So if learning is not going to be our number one priority, which should be everybody's, it's going to eventually,
Yeah, no, so that's kind of where the industry and the academia come in. But like, what can Tamil Nadu do? I think they can sort of help help the academia sort of create some of these specializations. They can host hackathons, have these types of, meetups within different organizations.
Definitely let
right?
students go off campus to do internships.
Oh yeah, maybe set up. And earlier we were talking about, I guess the country that is so well known for their security prowess is Israel, and everybody has they have to go through the IDF and do their duty in the army, but there's a security unit within that army, cybersecurity unit, and if you've been there, you're like one of the top. You're better than going to college, like if you've been 3 years. Is there a way in which, we're not in a conflict zone like West Israel is, where you need to be compulsory at IDF service, but like can we create a peacetime version of something like that, where Tamil Nadu can create this sort of group of cybersecurity experts, and part of going through college, you can have a way to get to that group,
Correct.
right?
Yeah, work with the companies while working.
Yeah.
Just want to touch on that a little bit, if it's okay. It's like, I think, while Alagu said we are in peacetime, I do agree, and I tend to disagree somewhat, because if you look at the number of security threats that are kind of coming and hitting anything that is connected, on the one side, it is a wartime level, right? Like, for example, Sullivan's attack, we say it's analogous to the Pearl Harbor attack, right? Like, it's kind of at the same level. So we cannot be nonchalant about it, right? As governments who are responsible for the citizens. But it also requires, a few things, like establishment of a cybersecurity office, so to speak, right? And having a clear cybersecurity framework, right, around which you can establish programs. And part of the programs can be definitely working with universities and creating cybersecurity programs. When we think about this, there is multiple layers in which this can happen. At the highest level, of course, you want the best security researchers and so on, but you also want programs like diplomas in cybersecurity created, specializations and so on. We can help small and medium-sized industries and startups to embrace, and because they can only invest so much in cybersecurity, right? Like help these types of industries also through frameworks that the governments can fund and assist and so on. So there's a lot of things that can be done.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I know I'm getting a prompt that we are already delayed. Maybe we can open for Q&A. Mics for them?
So due to time constraint, I think we will restrict to one question, and the rest of the questions can be taken offline.
Hi sir, so I'm Varun from Sri Venkateswara College of Technology. Actually, I'm pursuing my BE Cybersecurity degree. I'm a pre-final year student. So thank you for all your valuable insights. So my question is, as a fresher, as a student, my question is about the job opportunities. There are more job opportunities has been created in cybersecurity domain, but all these job opportunities are expecting experienced candidates. There are very minimum opportunities for the freshers and the students. So as a student and as a fresher, my fear is, if you give me job, then only I will get my experience. Without job, how can I get my experience? So I request, and since you are a top profile from our organizations, I request you to provide more opportunities for the students and freshers. That's all.
Yeah. I'll let Rahul answer this, but the one thing I want to add, I think even while you're in college, you can be part of some of these bug bounty programs. You can sign up to be on BugCrowd, on HackerOne, start looking for vulnerabilities in public open source software, build up your reputation on those, like you have your own GitHub reputation, like you can build up your reputation on HackerOne, on BugCrowd. There's so much open source software, there's so many security bugs out there, you can actually start discovering some of those bugs and building experience, and people will hire you. I mean, I'm sure like Rahul would be like...
My point is, you don't need experience to get a job, you need skill to get a job. Two different things, right? Skill can be attained by using the internet. That's it. That's what I just explained, right? So don't get confused. Skill with experience, two are different things.
Yeah, also I'd comment, don't be fearful of taking a job to get some more experience and then move into the role that you want. So you can get in, you can prove yourself, you can work hard, and you can evangelize the need for the skill that you have, and people will latch on to that. So don't be fearful of taking something that you enjoy, not something that you don't enjoy, and then work into the role that you want. I think that's a very practical way to do it.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I think that answers your question. So, can we take it offline if you don't mind, sir? But do you really want to ask now? All right.
Hello, sir. I'm Jagnish from Satyabama University. So, as sir said, AI can be the first layer of defense for attacking. So, what my questions comes here, I seen my classmates who were the victim of phishing links and some malware links. So, there at recent trends, all Meta products are engaged with the AI. So, why can't they also monitor, use AI as a SOC for monitoring these phishing links or malware links to prevent their own personal things? And another thing was, I was concerned about the hardware security, sir, nowadays, because the software parts is something anyone can do, because I, as an EC background student, I always think about the hardware part of security, tampering that. So these were the two questions I want to really keeping on my mind, sir.
So I can start with that, but firstly, in terms of the defense, in terms of applying AI, there's significant kind of advances in that, right? So I would encourage you, I know there's a lot we can speak for a long time on this, but I encourage you to kind of understand those types of systems that are built, where, to your point, AI is also on the defense side. Like, how do you apply AI to look at cybersecurity? I mean, Blair and I were talking, like, for example, one of the things that happens is data is like, before AI becomes the first layer of defense, it starts with data, right? And AI is really, really good at looking at mass volumes of data, looking for anomalous patterns, being able to predict things that could happen and warn them, so on and so forth. So those types of things are already in place. And when it comes to hardware, right, like I do agree that old hardware, like the fish tank example that I gave, was all probably because of poorly implemented security stacks that were part of hardware that was built. It could be like we're all putting security cameras in our homes and so on, right? So I think that is also an area where it will evolve. Just like, usually if you think about technologies, they always start at defense systems, or aerospace, and then they come to enterprise, and then they come to consumer, right? So we will see that. That is what creates this massive opportunity as well. So continuing to read up, building proficiencies is very, very important.
Right. So thank you so much for your engaging questions, students. And yeah, the rest questions, I think, as I said already, you can take it offline. We will be sending the speakers down soon. And we would love to honor you with a token of love, sir. I'm sure the students, they have a lot of questions to ask, so be ready for it. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to invite Mr. Swaminathan, Deputy Manager of LCOT, Government of Tamil Nadu. So please join us on the stage to honor our speakers for the day. So please, can I have a round of applause for Mr. Swaminathan as he steps onto the dais? A huge thank you to our panelists for shedding light on this intersection of AI and cyber security. Thank you so much. I think it was a thought-provoking session for all of us. And I must say that this call to action for nurturing Tamil Nadu on this topic is crucial at this point of time. And I'm sure students are also very well interested in the same topic. It's so inspiring and timely as well. Thank you, speakers. Thank you. Okay, can we take a group photograph? I'm so sorry. Can I invite you back to the stage for a group photograph? Very sorry for calling you back on stage. So while this is happening, our next session will begin shortly. In 2 minutes from now, those who want to refresh, please feel free to help yourself. You can go back and come back to the same place, but we will begin our session in 2 minutes from now. And the topic for the next session will be cultivating entrepreneurship in Tamil Nadu via angel investing. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin our next session, and I'm going to request you all to please get back to your seats, and you can take your queries offline but not in front of the dais. So this is a kind request to the ones who are standing in front of the dais to please get back to your seats so we can start our next session. A humble request to the ones who are standing to please occupy the chairs, and we are about to begin our next session. If you all settle down, we are good to start. We are waiting for the ones who are standing to settle down. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Our next panel discussion highlights the transformative power of angel investing in cultivating entrepreneurship right here in Tamil Nadu. Joining us for this discussion are our moderator, Mr. V. Shankar, founder of Computer Age Management Services Private Limited. He's a graduate of the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, and a postgraduate in Business Administration from the Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta. After a brief stint working for an MNC, he founded his company, CAMS, which is Computer Age Management Services Private Limited, in 1988. Please join me in welcoming Mr. V. Shankar onto the stage. Welcome, sir. Very happy to have you with us today. And next, moving on to our speakers, Mr. Azhagu Periyannan, founder and CTO of Blue Jeans Network, who has over 20 years of experience in research, product development, and strategy for networking and video products. Previously, he held key roles at Apple, Blue Coat Systems, and Greylock Management. He earned his undergraduate degree from BITS Pilani and a graduate degree from NC State University. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Azhagu Periyannan. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. And let me invite Mr. Rajiv Mecheri, who's a first-generation entrepreneur and investor in technology startups. He co-founded a major security, safety, and building automation company acquired by Siemens and now focuses on technology for construction and transportation. We welcome Mr. Rajiv Mecheri onto the stage. Welcome, sir. Can I have a round of applause, please? And next, Mr. Pratik Behera, who's a co-founder and serves as Chief Operating Officer at Grad Capital. Mr. Pratik Behera is based in Bangalore and brings experience from previous roles at UC Inclusive Credit, MSCI Inc., and Honda Motorcycle and Scooter India Private Limited. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Pratik Behera onto the stage. Very happy to have you all speakers with us today, and over to you.
Morning and welcome to this panel. Welcome to my co-panelists. So first let me just do a check of the audience. How many of you are either angel investors or want to be angel investors sometime in life? Lovely. And how many of you are entrepreneurs or want to be entrepreneurs sometime in life? Fantastic. Okay. So the title of the panel is How Angel Investing Helps Entrepreneurship in Tamil Nadu. I mean, the answer is self-evident. Any form of capital always helps entrepreneurship. But perhaps the other question to be asked in light of the sort of composition of the audience is, what other than capital will also help entrepreneurship in Tamil Nadu? So we will talk about what we can do to improve the acceptance and prevalence of entrepreneurship in Tamil Nadu. Capital being one of them, angel capital, next round capital, all of it also being one of them. Now, you know, Tamil Nadu has been known for small businesses forever, for a very long time. There are pockets where it is just natural for people to get into business and not think of employment at all, and you know what I mean. But many of them are communities. They are more into lifestyle or small businesses. They are not necessarily building businesses which are intended to scale massively, address the world or address India, etc., etc. Perhaps the difference between small business and entrepreneurship is that outlook. of are you creating a business which is likely to scale to reasonably large or very large levels, or are you satisfied with a geographical catchment or a particular type of product segment, etc.? Nothing wrong with both. Both of them are valuable. In fact, small businesses are more valuable because they provide local employment and all that. But we are here to talk about entrepreneurship. Now, before we start the discussion, I want to go through a small Q&A pitch with an entrepreneur who's here on stage. Pratik, will you do that bit? Or shall I do it?
Hi. Yeah, there's an entrepreneur. His name is Gurusis.
Yeah.
Like, please share about, what you're building.
Yeah, take this. Take this.
Hello. Yeah. Greetings to everyone present here. Just a small introduction about myself. I'm a second-year undergraduate at IIT Madras, and right now I am building cheap, customizable liquid rocket engines. And so this is recently started, and I have my co-founder right here, Zaid, with me. What should I talk about?
So, Gurusis,
yes,
you
sir.
already explained that you're making cheap liquid
rocket engines. Yes,
rocket
sir.
engines. Yeah. Okay. So that's your idea.
Yes, sir.
Now, what problem is it solving? There have been rockets for a long time in the world.
So currently, particularly about India, the privatization of the space tech space has been happening very rapidly. That has led to a lot of satellite startups come up. And my aim is to basically offer affordable launch services to those particular companies which are deploying satellites.
Understood. So your target customer is people who want to launch small satellites. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And there are many of them? Is it an upcoming industry that people
It's an
want
upcoming
to launch
industry. Right now, in India particularly, the whole launch services industry is currently evaluated at $100 million. But it's projected to explode around $3 billion plus in upcoming years by 2033.
Do you think you'll target just India, or do you think in course of time you will take this outside India as well?
The target is definitely to grow outside of India, to grow overseas as well. But currently we're aiming for the Indian market because it's hugely untapped currently. The current companies right now are just the pre-revenue stages.
Okay. Now, I know that it's very early stage, as you said, pre-revenue, still validating but do you have some rough idea of whether you'll be able to make this commercially viable in light of prevalent prices, per kilo prices?
Yes, sir, definitely. And my whole conclusion for this claim is the innovation in tech and the sheer amount of privatization that is happening in the space tech industry currently, all thanks to InSpace and all the funds that have been coming up.
And I know you're not raising funds just now, you're working on grants and so on and so forth, but when you do raise funds, what is it likely to be for?
So the funds will be largely raised for manufacture, fabrication and realization of the actual rockets and engines. And after we have validated and tested our rockets and engines, we'll be providing them as services to these said startups.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Please.
Thank you.
So the reason I did this was to illustrate what a typical founder pitch would look like. It's not in detail. The actual pitch would have a lot more detail, but these are the broad questions that an investor would ask and which the founder must be ready to answer in some depth of detail. And depending on the investor, the questions could go off in different directions also, right? So it's an illustration. Now, I want to come to the panel itself. Pratik, I'll start with you. This is your investment, so asking you to comment on the pitch is probably not the right thing, but you're welcome to look at...
Not yet. It's not yet, an investment.
But he has given money. So what caused you to give money to them? Very briefly, that is question number one. Question number two, your business is to fund truly early stage startups, maybe off campuses and so on and so forth, maybe still studying sort of thing. How is that working out? And do you see in the last 4 or 5 years some sort of rising tide of enthusiasm among students or just graduated students to actually start up, and what directions are they going?
Okay. Hello. Yeah. So the first question, right? Like, why did we decide to give him some money? And like, this is basically why we decide to give anyone money, is how the founder thinks about the importance of like that problem and general importance of any problem in the world. So someone can pick up a very low-hanging fruit problem too. Like, for example, like someone can build a spend tracking app, right? That's the most common like application that we receive. Now the problem with that idea in general, to just pitch it in the first place also, is that the person is not thinking beyond his or her friend group. They are just thinking in that close-knit circle. So to think something like outside what's happening in your college, like outside your class, takes just more than thoughtfulness. It takes like, you know, a general sense of importance of the world and not just your group. So I would say like a sense of importance is the reason why we fund like any company. And I'm sorry?
Second question, which is, how are you seeing the last 5 years or 3-4 years?
Yeah, so I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wouldn't say that this is a recent phenomena only. This has been happening for decades as well as centuries. Students have been like building, like French Revolution was by Napoleon. He was 19 when he started. Bhagat Singh was in his 20s. He died before he was 30, I suppose. So just not in startups, like across like sectors, like students have been doing a lot of stuff. In Fields Medal in mathematics, in Nobel Prize, it's all too common. It's not a recent trend. Having said that, why we started is because we started observing some of our juniors starting to build companies in college, and it was getting supported. And Alagu has been from the same college as me, and he has supported some of the ongoing college projects. So I would like to also mention here that Gurasis is in second year right now, and it's not too common to think of building a company when you're in your first or second year. Yeah. When you're coming to a college to study and your parents are sending you to study and they give money for that, you at the same time are thinking, how do I not study and build a company? That's not normal. I'm going
to come back to you on that point when we come to you next. Yeah. That's a very important observation you made. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say like it's not a recent trend, like that students are building great stuff.
So Prateek, I was trying to say that you're a pioneer in this field and so on, but you sort of said that it's been going on for centuries. But you are a pioneer in what you're doing because you're, So Alagu, on to you.
I mean, certainly, I'm just blown away by what's happening in college campuses today, and you know, I'm working closely with Prateek on some of these, and I can tell you, by the time I finished college back in the 80s and 90s, like I didn't know what a term sheet was or anything. Like it took me 20 more years to actually figure all that out, and the kind of information that some of the college students have today, not just in college, but even in high school, is quite mind-blowing. I mean, there was one situation, and I won't go into specifics here, but like, you know, Prateek and his partner Abhishek invested in a student who hadn't even finished high school, and he wanted to actually start this company, didn't want to go to college, he got into some of the top universities, and then I think Prateek had to negotiate with his parents to allow him, for him to give this student money to go start this company, and he's doing very well, right? I mean, maybe you can share more about the person, but I mean, I think the opportunities are there. It's huge. I think, you know, folks like the startup pitch that we just heard, it's really about this idea that if somebody else can do it, I can do it too, and that sort of drive, you know, brings you. And the kind of ecosystem you have in Chennai around space tech startups sort of gives you the confidence that if others can do it, I can do it too. And that's starting to happen very early in college.
Yeah. And can you speak to a comparable US institution and how things would progress there?
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's legendary founders like, that have been in the Silicon Valley. I mean, I've spent the last 30 years in California, in the Silicon Valley. I started my career at Apple. I mean, Apple is a great example of student dropouts that basically, created the company jobs. But since then, the ecosystem in Silicon Valley has been quite amazing in terms of universities, in terms of other startups. Successful founders then go and invest in the next group of founders. And I'm starting to see that happen in India now. It's happening across all of the big tech centers here. And it's really, a lot of the angel investors are previously successful founders. And they go in, it's not just about investing money and getting a return on investment, but also helping, folks like yourself, and mentoring you. It's not just giving you money, but also giving you mentorship. Right?
So that's a very important point that you made. Some people raised their hands when they said, do you want to be an angel investor? Angel investment, as opposed to investing in some share on the market, is not solely about making money. It's also about wanting to help somebody come up a path that hopefully you traveled that path before, and so you want to help that person travel the path. So I think both elements are important. What is an angel? Angel is somebody who helps. So an angel investor, helping must be a good component of your thinking. Of course, there has to be money and you have to expect a return. That goes without saying. But it may not be as cut and dried as, this is 12%, that's 13%, so this is better. There is also an element of, do I help the person? Does he deserve it? Is he passionate? Some of those things you have to factor when you are an angel investor. And I want to sort of segue into Alagu with you first and then to Rajiv. Since there are some people who want to be angel investors, can you just expand a little bit on the theme I said? What should be the motivation for an angel investor? Is it, and how is it different from somebody who just puts money in a fund and says, 5 years later, what happens to the money? So these are different styles of investing.
I mean, there's many styles of even angel investors. There are angel investors that essentially sort of diversify, put small amounts of money into many bets, and then out of 20 bets, maybe 1 or 2 will pan out. And they're sort of just looking at, several others to sort of evaluate the company, mentor the company, and all of that. They're just sort of putting money in, right? But in places like the Silicon Valley, you tend to have angel investors that are working in a particular space, and they're helping people within that space, right? Okay. I mean, so if I'm an enterprise software person, that's an area where I know how to evaluate a company. I know what their differentiation is, so I can actually really understand when he does a pitch on rockets. If I'm sort of in that space, I really immediately understand that. So the best angel investors are people that you can bring on as an investor that is not just about them giving you money, but also giving you sort of that expertise. And I can tell you, so I exited my company 2 years ago. Then I decided to take a little bit of time off. And one of the things I did was, I had been in the Silicon Valley 30 plus years. I'd spent a lot of time in Bangalore because we had teams in Bangalore. But I wanted to go see how things worked in the other parts of the world in terms of angel investing, in terms of entrepreneurship and all of that. So I picked 2-3 places in the world and went and spent a bunch of time. The places I picked were London, Berlin, and Tel Aviv.
Good place.
And I can tell you, I was blown away by what I saw in Tel Aviv. I mean, we can learn a lot from Israel in terms of angel investing, entrepreneurship, and all of that. There are essentially, they have a pipeline. I mean, it's called the startup nation, right? I mean, they have a pipeline starting from kindergarten all the way through people going through the Israeli Defense Forces, where you have to have a mandatory, 3-year. And then at the end of that 3 years, they don't even go to college. They actually start companies because there are either IDF people who have started companies who are in the cybersecurity space. It's called the Unit 8200 of the IDF. And if you came out of Unit 8200 of the IDF, there are previous founders that have exited that will fund you without you going to college.
So on that note, let me move on to Rajiv. Rajiv, you have been a member of the Chennai Angels and on the board of the Chennai Angels for a really long time. So you're familiar with how angel investing has, and the Chennai Angels is a premier angel network. Speak a little bit about the network itself and your experience and where you see things today.
Sure. So first of all, thank you for having me here. I've been an investor, angel investor by myself, and also been a part of a syndicate. When I say syndicate, Chennai Angels is a syndicate. We have 150 odd members. Over the last 15 years, we've made investments in over 90 odd companies of a value of 180 odd crores with about 30 odd exits at a value of 60 odd crores, with about 60 odd companies left with a market value today at about 350 crores. So this has been the Chennai Angel experience from the investing which we have done in the last 15 years. I'll first cover the experience of doing this on my own. When I do this on my own, it is very heavy lifting because I obviously have to find, first of all, the biggest challenge is to find the deals to come in. And you need to have the bandwidth to evaluate the deals. You need to have the capacity and the understanding of the space to evaluate the deal. And that's why the syndicate works very well. In a syndicate, you have subject matter experts from different spaces. They're all putting up their hands to evaluate those deals, and they're also putting up their checks to support that evaluation process. So this works very well in a syndicated or a group like the Chennai Angels, which gives us quite a lot of success. Now, we are also very different from most other angel groups, probably because by nature we are a not-for-profit. So our intention is to give good returns to our investors, but the asset management company is a not-for-profit. So we don't want to make tons of money there. We want to make sure that money is going back to entrepreneurial development focused on Tamil Nadu. So in an environment like this, I'd like to say if there are startups which are here, which are looking to raise money, come talk to us at Chennai Angels. We will be more than happy to talk to you guys and understand and mentor you through the process.
And Rajiv, you know that Chennai Angels has worked with TAI Chennai in the past. And TAI has been historically a mentorship organization. Can you speak to that partnership?
Sure. We've been married at the hip between Chennai Angels and TAI because a lot of us are common members, and also we believe in the same philosophy of promoting entrepreneurship in Tamil Nadu. So TAI has been working with SMEs and startups a fair bit, and the TAI associate member group is quite a large number, which also gives us deal flow in the process. And also TAI has this private boards which have been set up with companies or with members who work together as a team of 8 to 10 people to solve their individual problems within their business, within their enterprises they're building. So there is a synergistic approach between the two organizations which has worked well. I'm sure you can add a lot as well as a former TAI chairman yourself.
Yeah, no, that's a seminar for another day, I guess. Come back to Pratik. When there are students at IIT and so on are different. They are in a place which reeks of entrepreneurship from the get-go. But as you go to smaller towns and perhaps the tier 2, tier 3 institutions and so on, I don't know if the need to get a job and get a steady income overwhelms the inherent interest in entrepreneurship. How do you handle that social issue, if at all? The parental pressure to sort of get a job and get a salary rather than take a risk and get into investment. That is my first question for you. And that local society over there, that family, that group of people over there, do they really want their son or daughter or whatever to get into entrepreneurship and take a risk? Are they supportive of that? What is the attitude in smaller towns, in smaller institutions?
Okay. Yeah, I'll answer that question. The thing is, it's not very unique to just smaller towns. It's quite common in urban towns as well. Like, I think he's facing the same issue right now. So I didn't face it when I started. But like Alagu said, one of our best investments, the 16-year-old kid, we had to speak to his parents to say that, we'll give him money. We'll also write his recommendation letters to colleges in the US. And he got admits. So yes, it's not uncommon to urban India as well. Having said that, we have funded quite a few companies who come not from your traditional IITs, BITS, or NITs, and not from even tech background, but they're building tech companies. And the single most thing that I have observed across all of these companies is that they generate their self-belief, we call it self-belief and most people call it that, or confidence from something else in life. Like one such person, he's building an enterprise software company, and he was a top-tier footballer in the country, and like an under 19 football player. And not just that, he was a professional gamer. Like he used to earn upwards of $100,000 per year. Wow. Just gaming in college, in first, second year of college. And he was one more thing actually. He was a professional dancer. Like his co-founder was actually in top 50 of Dance India Dance. And they gained so much confidence from all this that they're like, might as well build a tech company.
Understand.
So, and this is the reason we are also trying to see, like we have a lot of grant programs. We know that it's not easy to just, start your company. Sometimes it just might make sense to go for a music competition or a poetry competition or a football competition or a tech competition, like any competition. And when you win that competition, then you feel like you can take over the world. So I think it's important to, like even if whatever town you come from, I visited one such town as well with one of our LPs, where there were a ton of smart kids who were just applying for just these competitions. You win this competition, then the next thing you want to win again. So the constant feeling of winning is what gets people to start.
So that was brilliant what you just said. So for the benefit of the audience, I think that if you have a great idea, and if you have the energy to back it up, if you demonstrate the energy to back it up, there is always somebody to back you financially. So anybody who is aspiring to be an entrepreneur, there is no shortage of backing, but you must be true, your passion must be evident, your skill must be evident, and the skill can be evidenced by other things also. Like he said, you can be a professional gamer. So that means you can be damn good at something if you put your mind at it. You just switch your attention to your startup, you'll be damn good at that also. And then people will back you. That's the message, I guess. We were talking yesterday about C5. At IIT Madras, and how, in your opinion, that has created sort of an atmosphere of entrepreneurship in IIT, which can be replicated to other places. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I loved C5. Like when I came to IIT Madras, I spent...
What is C5 for the benefit?
Okay, C5 is a co-working space inside of IIT Madras for entrepreneurs, for the technical club, and the building matches or is even better in terms of standards compared to WeWork or, such great buildings you have seen, like office buildings. Like not just in terms of like desks and AC or something, but just in terms of space and how it attracts all the technical people from the college to come and work. And I didn't even have to leave the building to speak to any entrepreneur in the college. I spent both my days, probably like 14, 16 hours in that building. And what's unique about it is also that it doesn't shut. Like technically it shuts, but we have funded people who have slept in the same building, who have gotten up at 5 a.m., worked until the next 2 a.m., slept for 3 hours in the building. It's just like a very unique workspace. And on top of that, they also give out grants to people. They also give out some tech credits.
That is the Center for Innovation in IIT Madras. And it has made a huge difference in IIT in the 10 years or so of its existence. How do we replicate something like this in other institutes? Not just the building, but the spirit of it.
Yeah, so I think IIT Madras, like I'll draw some parallel here. So IIT Madras didn't start with C5. It already had a research park. And a lot of companies have come out of IIT Madras, like Aether Energy, being one of the recent biggest, I suppose. And so C5 was like adding on top of that they realized a lot of hardware companies, deep tech companies are coming out of like the college, and a place like this could benefit. But other colleges, let's say some other colleges in Tamil Nadu have seen some things happen, is like VIT, which has a lot of kids there as well. In a batch, it's probably the same number of kids as the whole of IIT Madras, right? So like even there, like they've set up some very small space, but quite effective in what they do. Like sometimes I think like basic requirements like a table and like internet connection and sometimes food can change people's life.
That's fantastic. I think basic requirements can change a person's life.
Yeah, and just like writing that, you know, this is a place where you can come work on your independent projects.
So let's talk about a tangible example. Alagu, you are an alum of BITS Pilani. How would you, here, take this. In fact, if I take this, I can't talk. So how would you compare the environment at BITS Pilani? How would you rate it, so to speak?
Yeah, so I mean, BITS has 3 campuses. One is in Pilani, which is in the middle of nowhere. That's where we all went to. Like, there's no city close by. It's a very different sort of environment, but it also gives you no distractions. You can just be on campus. You're not in a big city. If you want to work on an idea, I mean, it just like gives you amazing sort of isolation so that you can actually focus on the idea. But like we're seeing amazing startups come out of Pilani, the Goa campus, as well as Hyderabad, and I think in a place like BITS and IIT, and we need to find a way to replicate that in many other sort of colleges. There's a sort of a combination of people see others succeed, and then they want to do something like that. But there's also this ecosystem of, like BITS has something called PIDES, which is the Pilani Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development Center or something like that. They give grants. So there's small amounts of grants. I think there's other types of grants you get in other universities. But there's also like the BITS Spark Angel Network. So it's basically college alumni. Yeah. When you are an angel investor, I talked earlier about if you're in that same industry, you're able to sort of identify, rocket fuels or whatever and figure out what you have to do. Otherwise, there needs to be some other connection, and one of that is your sort of alumni university connection. So BITS Spark Angels is purely sort of focused on a set of successful previous startup founders that want to invest in companies, and then we have different pitches coming from BITSian founders. So they come around, they pitch, and then some subset of those angels decide to. It's a combination of both the university doing a little bit of grants, but angels that are sort of alums.
Yeah, I can relate to that because about a year ago, IIT Madras as an incubator, they have traditionally been offering those incubated companies to other funds and other investors to invest. They never thought of this alumni.
Yeah.
Only a year ago, we said, let's set up an IIT alumni network. So we set up an IIT alumni network. The first 3 startups that were offered to that alumni network, you won't believe it that the mail went out, and by the next morning, they were fully subscribed.
Yeah.
The desire to give back is so strong amongst alumni. You will not be, of course, it has to follow due process, right? Somebody has to stand up for the startup and said, I like it. You must be, say, a professor of the institute stands up and says, I like this, I am mentoring them, you can trust me, and basis that, give it a shot. It's high risk, but something may come of it. There are enough and more people in your alumni community who will be willing to help.
Yeah, and it can be like, a college sort of association, it can be an industry association, and then it can also be a regional, like in the case of Chennai Angels. I mean, I'm personally from Madurai, and there's a small group of angels in Madurai that are investing in, and some of it is non-tech, right? I mean, there's all kinds of, companies that you can invest in. It doesn't have to be tech, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Just the small thing is that the amount of grant that we are talking about, like, is the requirement is actually very low. This guy is able to create a prototype, a rocket prototype, in 20,000 rupees, right? And when I was in BITS, some people were creating some new kind of explosives in 15,000 rupees. And like we've given one more person some money in IIT Madras itself who was building like autonomous drones in like a less than ₹1 lakh. So they don't cost a lot of money.
Yeah. Rajiv.
Shankar, I actually also wanted to add something on what Prateek said earlier about this idea of building confident children. Here we are talking about developing entrepreneurs in Tamil Nadu, we have to also focus on building that confidence at the school levels. What is it that as angels we could do is something also we could discuss. Potentially sponsoring or supporting robotic competitions or science competitions, because I think the school system today doesn't do enough to encourage kids who are thinking out of the box and who are not getting straight A's only in their subjects. So what else we could do and what else could the system, which includes the state, could do is something we should think about.
Let's come to the question that I was actually going to ask you.
Yeah.
Now, there are people who wish to be angel investors here. No, angel investing is not necessarily a bed of roses. You can't dole out money to everybody who holds out his hand. There is a process you go through. And in spite of process, I presume the failure rate is reasonably high. Just speak to that.
So typically, most angel investors would have talked about this, and I will say about my experience. One would have a success 1 in 10 investments. So if you are looking to invest and if you're not ready to lose money, don't get into that game. It is something where I would say if you have some extra bit of cash and you want to make sure that that money is going to a good purpose of developing someone else's vision and at the same time may give you a return, if it gives back the money which you invested, great. If it gives you a return, it's even better. It should be the approach. If you're looking at making money 3 times over out of 2 investments and three investments, it's not going to happen. I think it's a misconception to think that angel investment is going to give you a return which will cover your life expectations of your quality of life and all of that. Nothing. I think most of us share that experience. So 1 in 10 is by and large the standard benchmark which one should have. So given that fact, we would look at a few things. I mean, at least personally myself, I would look at the team first. What sort of a team is there which is pitching to us? Second, is the team mentorable? Because very often if they are a mature team, they're not willing to be mentored. They think they know what they want to do, they'll get there. I mean, I'm sure Gurusis will call him 5 times a week to ask questions. And I mean, that's a lot of engagement because that's the level of investment they're making. But in many of the investments we make, we want some level of mentorability. Then comes the business plan or the idea itself. Is it a scalable business idea? And is it something which is going to give multiple X returns when you're looking to invest? So given some of these factors, we would also go by the fact that is this something which is a disruptive idea in this market? You talk about space, it is something which it is just not yet a mass idea. It's not that everybody else is jumping into the bandwagon. So these are some of the thoughts based on which we will make an investment. And then, of course, even making the investment and trying to put aside the money is not as important as mentoring these startups. It is very, very important to give these startups their connections. So all of us are ready all the time to open up our Rolodesks and say, we will make connections for the businesses. So we will introduce them to potential customers, potential investors, even for people whom they have to hire. So these are some qualities which one should look at when you're looking at an angel investor.
Okay, so we are more or less out of time. I'm being signaled from there. So 1 sentence, last thoughts from each of you to sum up the spirit of this panel or the purpose of this panel. Rajiv, go ahead.
So again, coming back to the fact that we are in Tamil Nadu and this is promoting entrepreneurship in Tamil Nadu, I think creating accelerators or places where startups can get together and engage and interact at different district centers will be critical to create more entrepreneurs in this state. Otherwise, we will always be very urban focused, which means the problems we are solving are only urban problems. We won't be solving district problems and problems of the inner cities.
Pratik?
Yeah, I guess I'll cover the founder part.
I'll go after that.
It's like the very basis, like there's a lot of things you can do without money. So I think if you want to be an entrepreneur, you should just start without the expectation of getting some investment from the get-go. I would say just that. Yeah.
Well, I know I've been on Pratik and Abhishek's case on this one, but like I can tell you, I think Tamil Nadu is just amazing in terms of women in the workforce. I would love to see entrepreneurs among the women. And you know, I see like maybe 10% of the audience here is women. I'd like to see that to 50%, and both from an angel investment point of view as well as from entrepreneurs' point of view. There's just so much opportunity, and I think Tamil Nadu has the capability to basically bring out a lot of women entrepreneurs.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists. And that was your panel. Big hand for them, please.
Thank you to our panelists for illustrating how this angel investing is very important, and it can also fuel innovation and entrepreneurship in Tamil Nadu. Thank you for having this session, and thank you to our moderator as well for taking it over. With that, we have now come to the end of this session, and now I invite Mr. Swaminathan, Deputy Manager of ELCOT. So please join us in honoring our speakers for the day. So I'd like to request all four of you to please receive the memento from our Deputy Manager. Thank you so much to all of you one more time for taking some time out of your busy schedule and being here, being physically present and sharing your insights. And I'm sure your insights will undoubtedly inspire the next generation of change makers. Thank you, all of you. Thank you so much. And well, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, before we proceed further, let's go for a group photograph. And while that is happening, it is time that we break for a well-deserved lunch. And I'd like to intimate you all that we will be starting off our next session in about 30 minutes from now. So it's 1:25. We will begin our next session sharply at 2 p.m. So please enjoy your lunch, help yourselves, connect with the peers, and recharge yourself and come back for the post-lunch session. Sharp at 2 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. A very good afternoon to all of you. So glad to see you all on time. Thank you so much for being here. And our next session focuses on the telecommunication industry's evolution with a panel discussion on data-driven telco, enabling predictive insights and enhanced network performance. Joining us on the dais for the panel discussion are our moderator, Mr. Mohandas Tulasidas, founder and CEO of Compass Met Consulting, specializing in strategy, digital transformation, sales enablement, and leadership programs for IT and GCC firms. With 33 years of corporate experience, including roles at Sun Microsystems and Fidelity Investments, he has worked with over 40 plus clients. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Mohandas Tulasidas. Welcome, sir. Please have a seat. And the first speaker on the dais, Mr. Kannan Subramaniam, General Manager and Center Head of Comcast India Engineering Center. Mr. Kannan brings experience from previous roles at Cognizant as well. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Kannan Subramaniam onto the stage. Very glad to have you with us today, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Please have a seat. The next speaker, Mr. Vijay Raman Subramanian, Country Head and Managing Director of Verizon. Mr. Vijay is a seasoned technology leader with over 2 decades of experience. As Managing Director at Verizon India, he leads a team of 7,000 plus employees driving digital transformation, data science, and network engineering. He excels in establishing and managing global capability centers and is dedicated to empowering India's young workforce. Thank you, sir, for joining us. And Mr. Navneet Sharma, who oversees central service functions and heads the enterprise business at ACT, driving growth initiatives like new city launches. With 20 years of experience in P&L, product development, and data-driven strategies, he has a proven track record in the telecom sector. He has previously worked with multiple companies, to name a few: Bharti Airtel, Idea Cellular, and Unacademy, excelling in team management and operational excellence. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. And last but not least, Ms. Koil Chakrabarti, Chief Technology Officer, STL Global Services. She has 25 years of industry experience with widely varied profiles and technology areas in telecom vendor and telecom operator, ranging across wireless and wireline domains. The primary areas of expertise of hers are cloud infrastructure, NFVI, SDN, NFV, cloud, IP MPLS networks, GSM, 3G packet core, LTE EPC, Metro Ethernet, broadband wireline and wireless access, end-to-end transport, IP transformation. Very happy to have you all with us, and that's a huge profile. We have eminent personalities on the stage, and I'm sure this is going to be an interesting session, and over to you.
So when I was working in Fidelity, I used to say, if only email and meetings and video conferences taken out, I was jobless. And today, I think she introduced me with some lot of consulting, but I watch essentially Netflix. Whenever I'm free, I do some consulting. So if I don't watch Netflix or don't see WhatsApp in the morning when I wake up, I'm jobless again, right? So how critical telecom has become in our lives, more so that we all say digital detox, nothing but stay away from telecom. Go to a place where there is no telecom coverage at all, right? I think I'm sure your parents would have told you that, your boyfriend or a girlfriend would have told you that too. But jokes aside, it's interesting for me also to understand, and as much as you are, of different things we want to talk about today and how data is helping telecom. But that's not the only topic we're going to cover. So we'll start off with the introduction of each one of the speakers. Make it brief so that we can spend more time, starting with Navneet, you.
Thank you, Mohan.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Navneet Sharma. I'm a Chief Operating Officer in Act Fiber. Act Fiber is one of the leading broadband provider in the country. We are fourth largest and we are number one non-telco ISPs. And we have almost 2.3 million customers. We have services both in B2C as well as in B2B, where we provide connectivity solutions and security solutions and many other plethora of products which we cover. And we are pretty dominant in South. I hope that most of you are using ACT. If some few of you are not using, please give us a try.
Thank you, Navneet. I hope I am audible. So thank you. Also the sales pitch. So I am Vijay Raman Subramanian. I lead Verizon India. Verizon is one of the largest telcos in the world with a revenue of about $120 to $130 billion. We're primarily based in the US. Our consumer portfolio is primarily based in the US, but we also have enterprise business connecting various customers across the globe, spread over 140 countries. We provide network and security solutions to most our large enterprise customers.
Hello all, I'm Kanan Subramaniam. I work for Comcast Corporation. Like Verizon, we are also a $120 billion company. When Fortune 33 or 32 always comes next to Verizon and AT&T. We have like three major groups within the corporation, which is Comcast, which is primarily based out of the US, providing all sort of telco services to our customers. And then we also have NBC Universal, as most of you know, primarily in the media space. We have a lot of studios, we produce a lot of movies, as well as we have what we call as the UDX, the Universal Destinations and Experiences. We have a bunch of theme parks. We have two in the US and we have one in Japan and in China. And then the other, what is called as the crown jewel is the Sky group of companies, which is primarily based out of Europe, headquartered in UK. And that has both telecom and media. Right, and our primary objective is to see how we can serve our customers in the best way. I'm looking forward to interacting with all of you today.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I represent Sterlite Technologies Limited, particularly the Global Services Division. So we are an Indian company. It is part of the Vedanta Group, which is more well known. So we are the technology arm of Vedanta Group. We are known as Sterlite. So we primarily are a system integration and fiber manufacturing company. So we deploy networks for telecom players, primarily operating in India from a services perspective. We work for Airtel Jio. We work for government projects. For example, in Tamil Nadu, sitting here, along with our partner Polycab, we are deploying the TANFINET, the rural, the fiberization network of Tamil Nadu government, and we do similar projects across different states of the world. We also do adjacent projects more in the data center connectivity space and security, cyber security space. From our the fiber optic manufacturing arm that is truly global with plants in multiple regions of the world and also a global sales. And so looking forward to interacting with all of you and also happy to be part of the eminent panel here.
So we'll start with you, the first question. Very briefly, what are the challenges and opportunities you see in your customers, not your business, customer business, a telecom company? And what is your single biggest learning from it personally?
So I think, as I said, my customers are primarily telcos, and from my career, I have been closely associated with operators either on the vendor side or being in the operator itself. I think for a pretty long time, it has always been the challenge of how do we grow our revenue and reduce our costs, and then how does an operator evolve beyond being a pipe? I think, I have been fortunate to be part of the industry evolution, both from a wireless and wireline perspective. From 3G onwards, this discussion has been there that how do we monetize, how do we become more than a pipe? I think even with 5G, we have not evolved much. We have seen a rapid deployment of 5G in India, fastest in the world, but I think what we are selling is still mobile broadband and fixed wireless. So I think, that is one of the challenge in terms of monetization. And also, I will just take you to the other side where we are talking of the BharatNet projects. Now we have the BharatNet Phase 3. So there is a massive government investment from USF funds to build fiber infrastructure in the country going to each Gram Panchayat. So there will be a massive fiber deployment, around 24 core fiber going to each block. So of course that's a phenomenal investment, but end of the day, how do we monetize that, right? How do we really help growth of our industry in the country using that fiber? I think that remains one of the major challenge. And I think one more thing I'd just like to mention is on the technology side. I think cyber security has become one of the most concerning thing for an operator as also enterprises alike. So in terms of learning or opportunity, of course there are a lot of new things that are coming up. One specific thing I'll mention purely from a mobile operator perspective, that it's a API monetization. I think that's very new. Leading players, Ericsson and Nokia, are talking about it. So that could potentially, if the operators are able to monetize the APIs, network APIs, that could potentially become a revenue stream which has not been unlocked so far. And apart from that, we will be talking more about AI. I think AI will bring greater opportunities in terms of saving costs and making our operations more lean and efficient, and that also will be able to address the other main challenge that we have been facing.
Thank you. How many of you from telecom industry, by show of hands? That's significant percentage, yeah. Vijay, I'll turn it to you, the next question.
Sure.
How do you think that the India GCC is contributing, especially Chennai, back to Verizon's business? And there's one thing, when you're building this GCC, you could have done better, what would be that? And that's a personal question.
Oh, wow. Thank you. So, first of all, for those of you who don't know, GCC is Global Capability Centers. It's basically centers of multiple companies, multinational companies, which are generally based out of India, and they have a center in India which supports those functions. So, can I dwell into a bit of history and then go to your question? So, we started the first Verizon, GCC in Chennai in 2001. It was in Tidal Park near Taramani. If any of you live here, you know that place. It's still there. It's a massive building now. There's another park that's come next to it. So we started with about 20 to 30 employees back then. And that time, we were called Verizon Data Services India Limited. We were predominantly supporting the IT and the technology function for Verizon out of that floor, that site in Chennai. So that was in 2001. Today, we have about 7,400 employees based out of 3 cities between Chennai, Hyderabad and Bangalore. And we do have small set of employees in Bombay and Delhi as well, but predominantly in the 3 cities in the south. Chennai still remains one of the largest base for us. In fact, 50% of our workforce is based out of Chennai, thanks to when we started it way back in 2001. And, then we expanded into Hyderabad and Bangalore, and we're building out in all 3 cities right now. So that is a bit of history about Verizon India in general as to how we started. So, we started 23, 24 years back. So today, where we stand as a center for contributing back to our parent, I told you in the beginning, we are a large telco, one of the largest in the world in terms of revenue. Predominantly, most of our retail business, all of it is in the US, and the enterprise business is global. So today, the Verizon India centers between the 3 cities that I called out actually contribute significantly back to our parent. 60% of our workforce in India, 60 to 65% of our workforce is actually working on strategic programs. I'll also give you a small trivia. Verizon was the first company to launch 5G service commercially across the globe. And turning on that service, that button was clicked in this city, in Chennai. So, So that's the level of contribution that we have been making. So now we have centers of excellence that drive significant value for our parent from India. One of them being, the data center of excellence that we run, digital center of excellence. We're running the digital operations from India today. And recently we acquired, so US, for all of you who don't know, US is a predominantly post-paid market. It is a market where majority of the customers, 90+% of the customers are post-paid. Prepaid is a new animal in the US markets. But today that prepaid business is growing in the US. So we acquired a company to do value segment. We call it value segment, which is essentially prepaid business in India. 90% of Indian market is prepaid. So we are now developing a value center of excellence in India, which is basically to learn from the Indian markets how we can deal with prepaid business. It's a very, very dynamic business. How can we deal with it, learn ideas, bring innovation, ideas and thought process, and deliver that solution to our customers back in the US. So the GCC today is contributing significantly in terms of major programs. Like I said, launch of 5G, data center excellence. We are now running a churn center of excellence from India, which essentially means, US is a saturated market with 300 million people. So what happens is you have to retain your customer. So retention of the customer becomes the most important aspect there. So we run a churn center of excellence from India, mulling over the data models for those churn and also digital and customer acquisition is built here. We are also expanding into the non-technology space. Now we have a significant number of folks that do design. Many of you will think design is just the web page. We actually design the ideas of how our shops or stores should look like from India. When a customer walks in, what do they see? So the designing the stores, designing our online properties like Verizon.com, our mobile app, all that happens from India today to a large extent. And we also, of course, run a lot of operations from here. So I can go on and on, but in general, I can tell you today that we are very well placed as a GCC contributing back to a parent. And then you asked me one question on what I would have done differently. See, in 2001, when we set up the shop, we had actually started by insourcing some of the work that we were doing with partners, the service integrators. Today, in today's term, when we see the GCCs being set up, they are actually setting the India Center as the, low hurdle innovation centers to pick ideas from here and take it there. While we do that now in Verizon India, we have started doing that a lot of late. If I had started a center now versus what we started in 2001, maybe that is how we would have started it. But we have caught up to it.
That's terrific. The frugal innovation is something resonates very strongly. This city taught the sachet shampoo, cabin care, which Unilever picked it up and popularized it world over. So that's terrific. Kanal, I'll turn to you about the contribution you make to Universal Pictures. No, I'm kidding. Right. So back to Comcast in US. And a personal question is, other than work and watching Netflix, I don't think you do. What is that energizes you? But that's in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I'm into learning scripts, stuff like that. I'm a very, very traditional type of person. So that's where I get a lot of energy, right? So back in the early 2000s, when a lot of things were getting into the web, they were looking for people to transliterate some of the Indian scripts and turn them into web pages. So I volunteered for that, and we have put in a lot of things into the web from those days. So that's where I get a lot of energy.
Lovely. And go for the Comcast question.
Yes.
How do you contribute back to Comcast as a center?
So, I mean, very similar to what Vijay mentioned, right? We have all those centers of excellences. We have folks here from our cybersecurity center of excellence. We have teams that are supporting Sky News, for instance. We have our, we support a lot of, Comcast network is, we touch almost like 50% of the homes in the US, and they say that the amount of cable and fiber optics that we have buried under the ground, you could go around the earth several dozen times. So we do a lot of our critical network monitoring functions from here, which is like very core to our business. And then we work on a lot of our over-the-top functions from here, including Peacock, which is one of our brands, which provides the step of services. You talked about Netflix, right? So what we are trying to do is we are trying to make our TV like a mobile phone, where you could just sit in front of the TV and you could get everything, you could access everything that you could do on your mobile phone or sitting in front of your laptop. You talked about Netflix. one of the features that we did from here is to integrate the Netflix app on the television through our operating system. So the moment you turn on, you no longer see the channel lineup, but you'll see a bunch of apps on the screen, which is Netflix, Amazon, Facebook, your weather app, your traffic app, and also the Comcast app to watch the cable television. So a lot of those features are being developed from here. Like Vijay mentioned, gone are those days. We are coming to India for labor arbitrage savings. We are doing a lot of work that produces tremendous value, and we have a lot of innovations that happens here very much in line with what he said. And we have the leader of AI and ML sitting here among the audience, and they contribute to a lot of things. For example, cricket is very popular, right? So how do you automatically generate highlights using AI ML, right? So a lot of those things are happening from India. It's gone are those days when you are supporting quality assurance and providing operational support into contributing to the core business of the company.
Terrific. Isn't the script very powerful, both scripts? Yeah. So turning to Navneet, apart from making people like me addict to Netflix and annoying a guy like Jack Dorsey, you know what Jack Dorsey said? Not working from home, it's working for home, right? So yeah, what are the challenges and opportunities?
See, I would say that it's a similar thing for us. Challenges actually bring opportunities for us. If I do a random survey out here that how many of you are actually happy with your internet and Wi-Fi, I'm not going to do survey here, but 9 out of 10 will say they are not happy with it. So that's actually a challenge for us, but that's the biggest opportunity as well. Because with the time, like you said, work from home, Netflix, the demand is just continuously growing and growing and growing. I mean, it's just not stopping. So demand is growing both in terms of value as well as volume. The same person is consuming far higher data, and the number of people who are consuming the data are increasing. Number of devices who are consuming the data is increasing. Like other day, we were doing one of the study, and we were wondering that how many devices per household has. So generally, you say the number 4, 5, you consider your TV, you consider your mobile or your desktop or your laptop. But now we are seeing houses with number of devices are 10, 15, 20, because your bulb, your washing machine, your microwave, everything is all connected, right? So that's a kind of explosion we are seeing. And cities are expanding, houses are expanding, and the use cases are increasing. So if I categorize into the 4 key things from where the opportunity lies, the first one is how can we enhance the experience of our customer? Like in the houses, now consumer want a best network even in their washroom. Like those days are gone then when they will go without handset in the washroom, right? So that's the biggest challenge for us. So recently we have invested in a company called Apricom. Now what they do is they provide us a special AI-enabled layer which makes a router and a Wi-Fi a smart Wi-Fi. It's a self-healing Wi-Fi. So what they do is they will constantly observe and record your consumption patterns and also the uptime and downtime, etc. They will see what kind of devices you're using, what apps you're using, how much is the distance from the router in your house, which corner it is dropping, etc. And at the back end, they will keep on optimizing it. So there are many technical aspects of it. You are on 2 frequencies in your router generally, and one frequency gives a long range, second frequency gives a short range but a better network. So you have to optimize this one. So this particular thing, we call it Zippy. We have launched recently. The results are fantastic. And that will definitely increase retention for us as well as the customer happiness. That's one clear opportunity which we are working upon. Second one is now many of you who are say I would say of my age would have heard this word called convergence. I mean, it's a big word, 15 years back when I was new in telecom, I used to wonder this convergence, I know when will it happen. So now the convergence is here. It's nothing, you consume your TV through entertainment, content, etc., and you have a Wi-Fi coming in. Earlier you had a Wi-Fi and you had a DTH. Now it's coming in a single line. Like you said, you took a ACT connection in that. There are OTTs which has been given to you. And that is keeping you happy and addicted as well. So that's a convergence which is happening. Now this convergence will keep on growing to online gaming, which is very big in home cities of Verizon and Comcast, for which they must be working upon. It's picking up in India significantly. 5 years down the line, online gaming might become a standard kind of a thing for us. And there are many other use cases which are coming. So how do we make sure we give it to the consumer in a manner that he kind of is able to consume it very well, right? So that is very important in Indian context. You give a complicated product, the adoption doesn't increase, right? And the third and a very clear opportunity for us is in the B2B space, right? Enterprises are constantly increasing their requirements of connectivity and the new use cases and the solutions which are coming in. So we have a very big opportunity to fill this gap in a white space. And in enterprise, you need a lot of customized solutions, etc. Right? I give you one of the example. Like recently, we provided a connectivity to one co-living company. Now, we thought we just have to give the internet and that's it. They said, no, it's not like that way. They get people who rent the house, a room for 1 day or a 1 month or a 1 week. We need to provide internet in this way, that, etc., etc. So there's a full-fledged managed Wi-Fi solution which we need to provide, right? So that's a third very big opportunity for us. And fourth, which is a challenge now converting into opportunity, that cybersecurity, like Koel had mentioned, similarly, security is becoming extremely important for everyone, right? A simple example is for a parent, what kind of content his kid is watching, that's also a security from one angle. So currently the Wi-Fi is pretty lame and vanilla. Very soon you will have a Wi-Fi which will enable you to control number of devices, content your kid is watching, content you want to watch, just like currently G Suite does or your watch can do. You know, you can, like in Apple, you can do 10 kinds of profiles and all those customizations you can do. Plus government is coming out with the new regulations for DPDP, you know, which is your digital personal data protection, these kind of things, which will require for ISPs like us to partner with multiple companies, provide a bouquet of solution and give it to our consumers, both B2B and B2C. And if we can do it with operational efficiency, then we are also happy, they are also happy, whole ecosystem is happy.
So to paraphrase, you said the 4 C's, right? Customer experience, cyber, and then customization, and the second point was what?
Convergence.
Convergence. So the 4 C's right up there as a takeaway, right? So let's move on to these. Without talking AI and Gen AI, if any conference ends, it's not a good conference, right? So you have to talk AI and Gen AI. So I told you, right, in free time I do consulting other than watching Netflix, Prime and others. So I consult one hyperscaler company and the Gen AI hype is too much and we try and figure out, come on, where is a nail? Here is a hammer, we'll go and hit it types, right? So yeah, so let's hear from Kannan first about Gen AI. I hate the word use case. Use case gives the word of a hammer looking for a nail, right? So I would rather phrase it by saying, hey, what are the business benefits or business impact you made on an application where you found Gen AI appropriate?
No, absolutely. When Man was speaking, she spoke about 3 things, right? To reduce operational cost, to increase revenue, and to monetize what we have, right? I think our approach to AI and Gen AI is specifically in all 3 of these things, right? And if you look at any telecom company, we spend a lot of money in terms of taking calls from our customers, in terms of sending technicians to the homes of our customers. And it costs us roughly $8 for every call that we take in a call center from our customers. And it takes roughly $25 to $30 for us to roll a truck to the premise to fix any issues, right? And again, if you look at perimeter of a cable company like us, it's huge. I was mentioning that we touch almost like 50% of the homes, and I was talking about the amount of cable. So we have a lot of interfaces, and in any telecom industry like this, where we need to receive the signals from the providers, send it to our backbone. From there, send it to our regional area networks, to the nodes, to the homes. There's quite a bit of interfaces, and there are a number of things that can go wrong, right? So that's where I think AI plays a big role, right? I mean, as long as we can monitor these network aspects by creating models and training them, and if you're able to proactively identify that something is going to go wrong. And we have had those big instances where we lost the entire network connectivity in the Beltway region in Washington, and we ended up in the headlines of a lot of news media, right? So So I think AI plays a big role in terms of how we are able to learn what is happening in the network and how we can create models to predict that something was going to wrong and how we can proactively fix it, not wait for the customers or the companies to call us, rather that we tell that hey, there is a problem in your space and we are coming there to fix it. And there is a lot of solution that is being implemented there. And even in terms of customer issues, it's always it's always good to be proactive in terms of us telling the customer that hey, you have a problem in your television. We have sent somebody to fix it, rather than wait for them to call us or spend all the money in terms of answering the calls. AML plays a very, very big role, and we have seen a lot of success in terms of creating those models and deploying those models in our network, in our systems, learning from that and sort of taking corrective actions.
That's terrific. And I'm so glad you touched on network performance. How many of you have seen S.V. Shekhar Tamil drama called Kaathala Mala? Just raise your hands. How many of you know Tamil? That's quite a few. So there is an old Tamil drama, S.V. Shekhar comedian. I'm sorry, Koel and Navneet will translate later over coffee. So suddenly one dialogue will come. Iduvarikum un Kaathala Mala, inuma yen Kaathala Mala, S.V. Shekhar would say. And then what the hell is happening, that villain will say, Padathoda title vandu dhaan aganonu. The title of the movie should come. Network performance is in the title, and he covered it very appropriately, so I don't have to really worry about the rest of the panel. Right? So give me one high impact case of AI, Gen AI in Verizon.
All right, so see, actually AI is a very old story. You know, when I was studying, people were talking about AI. I actually thought when I start working, everything will be done by a robot and things like that. You know, that's how I was imagining. But I think Gen AI has come to a place where you can actually really see AI manifesting itself very well, right? So we are using AI in a couple of places. You know, it's out there on media. You can look at it as well. So customer service is one point that Kanan touched upon. So you can look at it. The customer interaction with a company is two fronts. One, they come either to buy a service from you or buy an additional service from you, or they come for some trouble or some issue, right? That's what it is. So at Verizon, we are looking at AI for two facets. One is towards customer experience, and the second is towards employee experience, right? Internally, how we can make life easier for our employees as well. So from a customer experience point of view, we have deployed solutions out there. Like you said, it's no longer use case. It's actually running now. One is call centers. We have upwards of 170 to 180 million calls that land every year into our call centers. And imagine the number of calls that a call center agent has to take. So it has to land to the right agent, right? So we have actually deployed a solution where 80 to 85% of those calls land with the right agent, which actually then helps solve the problem for the customer. And we are able to retain over 100 to 120,000 customers like that every year, just by landing it to the right people. And that is driven by the AI algorithms. The second thing that we have done is simplify the agent conversation with customer, where when a customer calls, the AI algorithm is listening to the call and predicting and telling the call center agent what should you respond to, what should be the next best solution that you can provide them for this problem. And that also, actually what we're seeing is a reduction in the call time. See, the last thing you want to do is be on a call center call and hanging there for 20 minutes to find a solution. That's another big deterrent for the customers, right? So that is one thing that we have done. We have reduced over 7 to 8 minutes average handling time by using that algorithm. Then the last thing I will talk about is from a sales point of view. There are actually multiple more examples, but I'll give you the big ones. On the sales front, when a customer walks into a store or our digital properties today to buy a product or buy an additional line or a service or a device or anything, we have a personal research assistant. It's essentially like a personal shopper for you, which gets your intent through natural language. You can speak to it, you can type, and then it then starts providing you solutions on that. Now we have 95% accuracy in matching the solution that we give you based on the queries that you're asking us. That would not have been possible without the whole Gen AI revolution. So those are the two big things that we are doing from a customer point of view. From an employee point of view, to make the life easy for an employee, today we have started using a lot of things. Many of you may have heard of this. Things like Copilot for engineering assistance, development solutions and things like that, testing automation, and also AI ops in operations, network operations, other things where customers, are online and you have to solve the problem. So you have AI operations and things like that. So predictability of a problem statement has become much easier thanks to the historical data that we have. So those are some of the use cases that we are delivering. The next thing that we obviously want to do is to see how we can remove the friction points for customers and make it easier so that, to Kannan's point, the number of calls and, around the same ballpark, the cost per call is about $8 to $10 depending on the type of call. We can reduce that. And more importantly, the customer does not have to call the call center. That's the last thing they want to do. So I think we are trying to make sure we leverage AI for, like I said, from the customer front and the employee front. And these are real use cases that are live there.
So let's assume between Verizon and Comcast is a $200 billion company, and at least 10% they made an impact, $20 billion. So give yourself a round of applause. It's the Chennai team has done that impact to the parent. We'll shift gears and ask Navneet the question, what does a telco of 20, 40, 20, 35 look like?
See, I can only tell you this much, that like he said, when he was in college, he thought that AI will make robots. And finally, I think after 20, 25 years, almost college done, and now he can see AI can do something. I saw convergence 15 years back, and now I can see convergence happening. 2030, 2040 will not be as slow, right? Whatever we are assuming, whatever we are watching in those sci-fi Netflix, I think a lot of that can be true. But coming to telcos, I would say that I really can't predict what the technology is. There are many technical people out here. But if I look from a consumer lens, which is what we look from the business side, right? Consumer will be spoiled for choices and he will never be happy, right? The ecosystem will constantly evolve, be it currently we are restricted to maybe a little bit of entertainment, a lot of entertainment, which is the main use case, like you said, WhatsApp and Netflix. And to a very large extent is financial transactions like UPI, etc. The online gaming will go to a different level altogether, right? The education will go to a different space and thing together. Smart home is going to become a reality. That's what our prediction is, and we are kind of working on it. How many of you heard this word called IoT 10 years back? Yeah? All of you heard IoT, right? How many actually use IoT out here? So there are few who use IoT. I mean, IoT is going to become very, very big. I mean, that's what our expectations is. Like, so all this put together brings a lot of opportunities for telcos to participate in this significant growth of this complete ecosystem and be a major player. Like Koil had said, that we don't want to become only a dumb pipe. We want to participate in this complete ecosystem growth. We want to improve in our value chain. Plus, we are currently at 5G, which everybody had doubts that will it be a game changer or not, because from 4G to 5G it's only speed. But now when you're seeing 5G, it's becoming a little difficult to even stay on 4G, right? And use cases are emerging. Like in telco, FWA is one of the use case where in far off areas where wired broadband cannot go, the FWA is going. Though obviously the quality will not be as as wireline is, but it's a very solid use case. So 6G will come, 7G will come, many things will happen. So I believe the exciting times are ahead.
So in nutshell, what he said was he's going to throw away his Mercedes-Benz and go for Boeing.
Self-driven, self-piloted.
Yeah, let's go to Koil and understand what the telco of 2060 look like.
Okay, so you extended my timeline by 30 years, huh? Not fair. Okay, I think 2060 is hard. I think I will stick to 2030, 40. So Navneet covered the user aspect. So me being a technology enthusiast, I will rather speak a little bit, not on the traditional technology. Of course, there will be 6G, 7G, 8G, all those will happen. So pipe will get extended. But focusing on the AI side, right, what AI can do from the network perspective. You talked about network performance. So, what we are still doing, the way the telecom industry operates is still in silos. Each operator guards their data like it is $1 million thing. Each vendor will guard their data. Ericsson and Nokia will not talk to each other. So I think what would really, as a technology enthusiast, I feel what would really benefit the service and industries, this opening up. Because I'll take one example. For example, we are talking about how predictive maintenance, how learning about faults can help. So just imagine if we open that up, For example, I'll just, stick to India. Airtel, Jio, Vodafone, BSNL, MTNL, Tata. So today, Airtel is sitting on their data, looking at it themselves. Jio is doing, they're coming up with their own thing. Just imagine if that data was in one common database and there was a common LLM that was working through that. And then the kind of scenarios would come across, right? So there will be nothing new. Now extend this scenario to the world. Suppose there is a place where all the operators across the world are able to, of course, we'll have to take care of privacy concerns and local regulations, that aside. So when technology, we don't want to take care of, we don't want to think about regulations, right? We want to be open to the possibilities. So you have one common database where all the network fault data, as simple as that, very simple one use case is going. And then you have an AI engine working on that. I think there will be no scenario that will not be predictable, right? And also extending that little bit more, we have the equipment manufacturers, right? All the telecom, there are 10, 12, 15. For example, there is a fault, the bug that comes in one release of one software. That will eventually impact everybody, but today I don't know, right? Today, suppose it is impacting operator X, I am operator Y, I don't know. And I am sitting on the problem till it hits my network, right? If that is also known in that database, that scenario will never happen, right? So if you look at the overall customer experience, so there is a possibility that that grows tremendously and we may not have any network outages whatsoever. But that's a little bit of a pipe dream, but my dream that that would happen someday. And one more thing I'd like to add from a network planning perspective, there's also something very interesting called digital twin, which is coming into telecom now. It did not start as a telecom concept. It started more as a city planning, urban planning concept, in major infrastructure projects, airports have digital twin. That has started coming to telecom now. So on one hand, you build a replica of your network using the digital twin technology, and then the simulation of scenarios is driven by AI, So your network planning becomes very, very accurate. If I going to change this, exactly what is going to happen. I think this area also, this is definitely going to happen. There is, I think, digital twin, not so much is being used. It is not universal. There are some vendors who are coming up with their own version, but that area is going to grow. So combination of these two also, I think, is going to do, wonders for and it will all focus on, as you said, on the customer experience. The network problems will be gone away because with so much predictability coming in through AI.
That's terrific. So the reason why Navneet and Koil are sitting on the other side is Navneet said you can't predict anything, especially the future, while Koil said everything can be predicted, right? So therefore, it's good because you should have that contrasting opinions for the panel to be interesting, right? So before I sum up, I know there are questions due from the audience. I'm going to skip it given the lack of time, and there are guys who are staring at me, maybe not. Yeah, we'll figure out. But there is a psephology bone in me. I used to be a psephologist when I was doing college. I've done 16 elections in India. So I did this poll with college students. I'm really curious to know who is the real Tala. Is this Ajit or it is MS Dhoni? So if it is, so the people who are supporting Ajit now give applause. That's about 100 decibels. MS Dhoni. So irrespective of the age group, the conclusion is MS Dhoni is the true Tala, right? Is that fair? Yeah. And the other Tala that came out very clearly is the telecom is a clear Tala for us to be happy, watching Netflix, working from home. And thanks to Kannan and Vijay who have voiced whatever work you have done, right? The kind of impact they've made to the parent, whether it's customer experience, operational excellence, and not to forget network performance in the title, right? Right. So that's their. And Navneet's 4C and his aspiration to fly than Mercedes-Benz drive. Don't forget that. And Koel's declaration, everything in the future can be predicted. AI is here and now, right? With that, we wind up this panel. Thank you.
Well, I think This session was one of the most humorous session, I would say, in the 2 days totally. I think the audience will also agree. And thank you, sir, for, taking it very easily, and, we all were bursting in laughter. Was it? The way you started the session itself says that. Thank you so much, sir, for keeping it so engaging for all of us, and it was so lively to listen to all of you as well. Thank you once again, and we would love to honor you all with a memento, and I'd like to invite a special delegate onto the stage to present the memento to our delegates on the stage. Mr. Giridharan, Deputy Manager of ELCOT, sir, please join us. Thank you, all of you. Can we take a group photograph now? Well, thank you so much, ma'am, and to all the gentlemen here. Have a great rest of the day. And the next session is a fireside chat with two eminent personalities who will be joining us soon, and the session will begin shortly in few minutes from now. Those who want to take a break, you can refresh yourself and come back for the next session. We will begin shortly in few minutes from now. Thank you. session. Welcome back, everyone. Are you all ready for the next session? Yes? All right. So our next session is a fireside chat, which brings us back to the transformation world of AI with a discussion on lessons on unlocking AI success. And this session features two personalities. And firstly, I'd like to invite Mr. Satyajit Mundakal, CTO of Hexaware. So please join us. He's a global technology executive with over 20 years of experience, known for leading high-performing teams and driving enterprise technology strategies. Having successfully developed multi-year digital transformation roadmaps, increased profitability by 36%, and delivered the AI Ops Fabric 10's AI, achieving over 40% operational savings. He's an expert in optimizing processes and technologies, resulting in significant cost savings and increased customer satisfaction. Very glad to have you with us, sir. Please have a seat. And joining us on the stage next is Mr. Prabhakaran Murugaya, founder Mayu AI. Also, he's an entrepreneur, engineer, technologist, and investor. Specialized in HR tech with 30 plus years of experience and innovation, he's a founder and CEO of techfetch.com, a leading tech talent acquisition platform that has helped over 1 million candidates to secure jobs over the past 15 years. He's a co-founder and chairman of Silicon Valley, a transformative social venture bringing the Silicon Valley ecosystem to Namma Tirunelveli. Very happy to have you with us, sir. And over to both of you. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for being here. So what we would essentially do today is run through a few slides and then set the base for our conversation. Hopefully by the end of it, you will have some questions to ask and we'll be happy to answer it as well. A quick brief of myself. The anchor spoke about it, so not much to talk here. So there are 4 topics we're going to discuss today. Gives you a base on what we want to discuss and helps you understand where the AI or so-called generative AI world is focused. So in these 4 topics, we'll cover like a couple of slides and then go into the Q&A session. The first thing I'm going to talk about is what happens in the space itself, right? Essentially, what has happened in the last few years, where is it today, how is it going to affect the future, and what does it mean for all of us? So why should it come from us? Simple brief on Hexaware. We're an extremely large organization. Everybody in Chennai knows us, in India knows us. We're the largest players in the ITS field as well. But we won the AI Iconics Award for 2024. This is a prestigious award. About 270 companies participated, including extremely large organizations, and we were the Implementer of the Year award, in that particular category. So this shows that we carry that experience that is needed for customers to be successful and to have this solution delivered for large-scale clients. Now, there was a survey done by a third party, and this is a very interesting survey. It came out with some fantastic numbers, which were what we are seeing in the market as well. The first thing, as you see here, is 84% of all of the executives believe that they need to do something about AI, and they won't be able to do this successfully in the time frame that they have been given, right? Then the next one I want you to focus on is the last number, because everybody feels that there is a high risk, and they might even actually go out of business if they don't adopt AI drastically. This was done for about 17,000 companies worldwide with different sizes, etc. So it's not a small number as well, right? The base is very large. Why do they say this? The reason behind all of this is what has happened to people who have actually deployed this. So people who have deployed it successfully in their operations, they actually see about 2x, increment in terms of success rate when it comes to deployment. And actually the number for the returns is even more interesting, right? It's actually 3x returns that they see in terms of what they're getting as ROI when they deploy it correctly for the use case that they select. Now for both of this, there's something very important, which is fear of missing out, which drives either success or failure. So we'll talk a little bit about fear of missing out. The reason for fear of missing out is, as I said, 75% of them believe that if they don't adopt this technology, they might actually lose in their respective area of business itself, which is a significant issue. Now, there are a few things why this is the case. So we just highlighted a few here so everybody understands why companies think that way. 2 points I want to highlight, then we can discuss about others if there is interest. One is, how do you productivize your organization versus others, right? A simple example is, let's take an old example everybody is aware of. Calculator versus Excel sheets. So who do you think will be faster? A person with an Excel sheet or a calculator, right? So a person with Excel sheet is going to be faster. So assume the current ways of working is calculator, and if you have an AI, it's like Excel sheet for the ways that you work. It's a simple way of putting it. So that's why everybody feels that if a competition is able to turn around something in lesser time, faster, and much cheaper, then I might become more expensive, slower, and won't be able to turn around what I'm supposed to do, right? That's why the competition of missing out, the fear of missing out, everything starts. That's one important point. The second is decision making is very critical. Information is critical, everybody knows this. Why is everybody digitizing? People want to have information in their fingertips. When they have information in their fingertips, it becomes easy for making decisions in real time. So with AI and generative AI, it actually assists in that decision making much better. So a person who has got historical data is able to see through the data, trends, analysis, is able to take better decisions than somebody who's not able to take that decision at all. So this also helps companies take better decisions, more accurate decisions than decisions based on higher amount of risk. So these are two key things that I thought we will highlight in terms of why companies are actually fearing. Next one is, what are the lessons that we have learned by deploying this for large-scale clients across the globe? Now, there are multiple things here. There are 8 points. We don't want to go through all of them. Then we won't have time to have a conversation. So I'm just going to have like 2-3 points highlighted here again. The first one is focus on high-value use cases. Now, this is important because if you focus on a use case that only 3 team members are using out of 100 team members in your company, it's not going to drive value. It's not going to drive adoption. So focusing on use cases that are critical, that are more, I would say, crowdsourced within your organization is critical for it to have better success. That's point number one. The second point I want to discuss about is how you adopt. Always try to crawl, walk, and then run. Don't try taking up one of the most complex projects because everybody wants to use it. Take projects that is more palatable, easier to mold, easier for changes within your organization as well, where employees are able to adopt and then change faster. So this is another important aspect that we have seen have great success. Finally, have a great governance model. A good example for this is security itself. In today's scenario, you have disparate systems, right? You have CRPs, you have ERP systems, you have CRMs, you have various types of systems within your organization, HRMS, etc. All the data is sitting in isolation. Each of the team has different interfaces. They will log in, they will get data. There is some background work that happens between these systems for sharing data as well. But with the advent of AI and generative AI, you're putting all of this data into a central repository and then having the data respond to you in a human language. Meaning to say, I can ask, hey, tell me the top 10 performers for this quarter. I can ask, who's the top customer for me? Who's selling it? Which is my largest order? What's my forecast? Now, everything has become something that you can ask in a chat interface, right? Imagine, salaries. All of us, like our salaries to be very confidential. Now, this information is sitting inside your HRM system. If you expose it to the AI, and if it is not done properly, everybody can access everybody's salary, which is not a good thing to have. Another important aspect we have seen is also in security. When a hacker gains unfortunate access to your environment, in today's scenario, they will do some ransomware, they'll encrypt your systems, they may take some data out from databases, they'll say, hey, I have your customer data, etc. But if they get access to something like an AI interface or a generative AI interface, they have meaningful data that they can mine. They can ask for, tell me the 20 top bank account numbers, last 5 transactions, what is the top 15 customer deliverables that are outcomes. So it becomes very easy for them to get business related information out in a much more interesting format, right? So that's higher threat risk that we have in the era. So that's another important thing that we have to follow when we look at deploying and lessons that we have learned. So let's now talk about the success that we have had in a few customers. So you get to see the scale and where this has been deployed. Now, this is for one of our largest customer, and they're a very interesting customer. They're into hotel industry. They have the largest volume of rooms across the globe, very large conglomerate. In this particular scenario, again, it's about adopting faster at scale and what makes benefit for the business. So all the tick marks that I spoke about. This use case was they had information coming in through email, through chats, through Excel sheets, through Word document as requirements. Hey, I want to rent a venue, I want catering for X amount of people, I need rooms for Y amount of people, etc. So all of these requirements used to come in, these different formats. So they had a team of 50 people sitting for this global organization, collecting these information from different sale points, putting it together into their CRM, and then providing results for, wherever it was requested for. The challenge was the turnaround time was 2 days, 3 days. More than the turnaround time, accuracy levels were very bad. Because in India, we will call, something, say, an outdoor area. In APAC, they might call it a cabana. In the US, they might call it something else. So everybody had a different nomenclature. So it was very difficult for the 50 people sitting in there to understand nuances of each region, territory, etc. So there was a lot of errors in what they were inputting, 30-40% errors. With generative AI, we've actually turned this around to happen in less than 6 minutes, the entire requirements coming in and then going out. The accuracy levels have been exceeding 98 to 97%, wherein AI actually takes the first shot and then gives it to the same 50 people to evaluate faster, saying whether it's done a good job or not, something needs to be changed, and they submit it off to the sales team. So a sales team is able to give a quote to a customer in less than like an hour, wherein it took like 3 days, 4 days in previous turnaround time. It's a good use case to say how AI is helping accelerate the time frame for customers, better revenue, customer retention, etc., as you can see here. The next use case is another interesting customer. This is where I say crowdsourcing. How many of you have used ChatGPT? Raise of hands. Okay, everybody knows ChatGPT. I don't have to explain what it is. We'll save a couple of more minutes, right? So this is an equivalent of ChatGPT for an enterprise. Now, why did the enterprise choose this? ChatGPT has something called an enterprise edition. Now, all of you must be using free edition. It's free. Just sign up and you get to use it. The challenge there is they can use your data and they can train the model. They can use it for inferences. There are many things that they can do. You can subscribe out of it. There are ways to bypass that as well. But from an enterprise standpoint, you don't want somebody else knowing all of your important information within your organization, right? So that's the critical part when it comes to enterprise. So they have a special edition, which is $65 per employee per month. So if you have like 10,000 employees, you're burning all of your revenue on just buying ChatGPT. So this solution was put in, which is equivalent to ChatGPT, does exactly the same, but at a fraction of a cost. So they are probably spending about 22 cents per employee versus $65 a month, having the same set of security, etc. But it's not about the spending alone, it's about what did it help. So now their employees are able to get the same benefit of somebody else using enterprise ChatGPT. Turnaround speeds are equivalent, but at a fraction of a cost, which is what we call frugal engineering, right? Very effective way of doing it. So they become much more cost competitive than their competition in the market. So this is another use case where the benefits have been done. So now that we've spoken to you about what we have seen, adoption, lessons learned, etc., we'll be happy to take questions and answer them with my colleague down here. Okay.
Let's take a quick house run. How many of you here are entrepreneurs? Very good. And anyone in the tech workforce, AI? That's a good number. Students? Good. I think now we have a picture that where we can around it. Ellarkum vanakkam. Anyone here who doesn't understand Tamil? This one, yeah. Give me some exceptions in between, okay? So before we start, just want to say something. Aridu aridu manidarai pirappadu aridu. Adilum aridu. Kun kurudu sevudu neengi pirappadu aridu. Adilum aridu. Jnanamum nayathalum peridal aridu. Adilum aridu. AI engineers kedaipadu aridu. So the opportunity is too big. Everyone is dying for that. So if you are chasing AI and being an AI engineer, I think at least next 10, 20 years you will be safe, hopefully. How many of you have a fear of AI to come and take the jobs? Anyone? Good. I think we are ready to start the session now. your intro, please.
So that's a good starting point as well, fear of AI, right? So wherever we go, people don't admit it, but there is a little bit of fear inside saying, hey, what happens to my job if this damn thing is going to do everything that I'm doing? But please remember that there are two types of fields that has been pursued very heavily. AI is a field where data is extremely large for a human being to consume. Like if you have 6 years of historical data that you have to refer and then come up with a solution or an inference, it's best to have AI assist you in doing that. Now, where it can actually make a huge impact and we feel that jobs might be at stake, again, I'm using the might be at stake, is blue collar areas where manufacturing is there, especially hazardous environments, right? Where they work with extremely hazardous equipments, materials, and environments per se. So that's where we feel robotics with autonomous AI might take over that industry much faster than everything else. But when it comes to somebody like who's sitting behind a desk or sitting behind a function and doing that function, assisted is going to be the key. And AI is going to assist you, complement you in what you're doing, and become like a second brain for you. Now, use this brain very effectively so that you don't miss out on the advantages it can deliver for you. Please remember, because it's a competitive industry, right? Any industry is competitive industry. With AI, the challenge has become that it has opened the competitiveness across everything that we know of. Because earlier, these things used to happen in silos. It used to happen in a particular domain, a particular technology stack, or a particular set of user stack. But right now, with generative AI and how they positioned it for market to consume as free, everybody has understood that the potential is there for them to perform better if something is assisting them in mundane tasks or something that they don't want to really spend time on. So using these solutions is very critical, and this can actually help you accelerate your journey than deteriorate anything for you.
Very, very good way of putting together. How many of you see AI is an opportunity? Pretty much everybody. Do you know why? I'll tell you the reason. You all raised your hand that you used ChatGPT, right? The latest one, 4.0. Anyone knows how many parameters they used to build that model? Huh? Yeah, close to billion parameters in the recent thing. And if you compare our brain, we have 100 billion neurons, which is equivalent to that parameters. Not hypothetically, you can compare that. Which means that our brain is 100 times more powerful than ChatGPT. Do you believe that? If you use it. You can keep on using it to harness that 100 billion neurons to work. And one more thing that we all seeing about the AI opportunity, but one more thing you may want to remember. For a task, a multimodal task, now AI can read, write, speak, listen, and see. I'm Bulangal, right? AI can do. It can do all, either one at a time or all at the same time. We are a multimodal like AI. We can do all. While we can see, we can read, write, all at the same time. So we are more powerful than the multimodal AI. Believe in it. Then only you can harness the power of AI. Having said that, to have a multimodal task, for a processing power, AI takes 2,000 watts for a particular task. Our brain takes only 20 watts. Wow. So we are 10 times more efficient, 100 times more powerful than ChatGPT-4. So the opportunity is too big for human. How we harness our brain to go and chase ChatGPT to utilize more is going to be the opportunity. The second bigger opportunity, recently Microsoft gave a $10 billion contract to a nuclear power plant which was shut down, and they want to bring it back because the power and the need for AI, the GPU to have that power is 10, 50, 100 times more. By 2030, the current power need to new power need is 10 times more in 5 to 6 years. That is going to open up an opportunity, not just IT, utility, energy, infrastructure, anything and everything. So AI is going to open up the opportunities in multifold, multi-industry. Imagine anything and everything, AI will play a role. Would you like to add any comment on that?
No, it's a very valid point. How many of you been to Siriseri Tech Park recently? Okay. So those who have not been there, please take this opportunity to go there as well. If you see all the buildings that are coming up, out of 10 buildings that are coming up, 9 buildings are data center buildings. And these data center buildings are called high performance computing buildings, HPCs, right? So they are built specifically to host AI workloads. That's the amount of need in the market today for these workloads. Secondly, on the power, it's a very interesting thing. So there was a question asked to all the top AI companies, including Sam Altman, Sundar Pichai, and everybody on planet Earth. You know what they said as the #1 hindrance for them to accelerate AI journey, which is lacking today? A lot of people said chips, a lot of people said software, they just said power. There is not enough power on this planet right now available to accelerate the journey of AI. So it's a very valid point.
So we have 10 minutes time remaining, so we'll take the question from the audience and make it more interactive.
Hey, good start. Thanks a lot. Those are good insights. So my question is much more sort of practical one. In two horizons, we all as a professionals will be comfortable. What are those? One is, I completely don't know. I'm good. And another horizon is, looks like I'm good there, right? So if we fall in between, that's where the challenge is. With the constant evolution of AI, if we learn something today, tomorrow there is something else is coming and then enhancing the value. And we will be keeping on oscillating from the bottom to the middle and sort of, trying to reach the up, and then we couldn't. How do we handle this sort of, turbulence between this peak and valleys in terms of unlocking our potential to the fullest? Thank you.
Please take a bite on it.
I'll give my life example. When I started schooling...
Sir, sorry to intervene. You can answer, but let's have the QA session later on. Let this be the last question because we do not have time for the next session. So, yes, sorry, sir.
So I'll give my life example. It's the easiest thing to do. When I was in school, I thought college is the best thing to do, right? You don't have to learn in college. When I get to college, I figured out, okay, you have to learn. When I get to office, I don't need to learn, right? Because office, work, just go, come back. When I went to office, first 3 years, I learned that if I don't learn, then I am not going anywhere. So I started learning there. Then I said, okay, if I get to my manager designation, then I don't have to learn, right? Because I have people who are there who will work for me. Then when I went to manager, I figured, oh my God, if I don't know what I'm saying, what will they do? I had to learn more. And I learned more. Then I said, okay, if I become my manager's manager, maybe then I don't have to learn so much. It became even more complicated because there is no more technology. I had to learn about people, I had to learn about process. So it was a complete different ballgame altogether. As human beings, we can never stop learning. If you stop learning, you're stagnating. It's a simple answer to it. And unfortunately, or I would say in my schooling time, my college time, my initial work time, we didn't have so much of information available with a touch of a button. You had to struggle. You had to go read books. I can't ask Google saying, hey, give me a reference of what this is. I didn't have KB articles. None of this was. But today's generation have a vast amount of information available for them, wherein getting to that knowledge is much faster. Acquiring the knowledge is individuals' capabilities and things like that. But at least the cycle time that is needed to find out is gone down. So cycle time to adopt is become much, much faster. That's what I would say.
I'll just quickly add a 30 seconds answer to it. Learning is easiest thing to do, right? If you think of any new thing, anything you learn new, you get one new neuron forming on your brain and started working. That is how you keep on increasing your brain power. So learning is the most easiest thing, and the more you learn, it's more easy to learn. The more you get, your CPU processing power is getting more and more. பசிக்கிற மாதிரி learn பண்ண நாளைக்கும் learn பண்ணணும்னு அந்த பசி வந்துட்டே இருக்கணும். That's going to be the success of the life. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, to both of you. And also thank you so much for putting out the presentation so eloquently for all of us. Can I have a huge round of applause for these two gentlemen? Thank you. And I request you to stay back. I'd like to invite Mr. Swaminathan, sir, one more time onto the stage to honor our speakers. Thank you, gentlemen. Can we have a photograph, please? Yeah. Both of you together in the front. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you might have a few questions as well. So while the speakers are still available for all of us downstairs, please feel free to get in touch with them for your queries. Thank you. With that, now we move on to the next session. Our next keynote explores a fascinating subject, US-India defense and space collaboration and the opportunities for startups. Delivering this address is retired Colonel Baljinder Singh, Director of Aerospace and Defense, United States, India Strategic Partnership Forum. Colonel Baljinder Singh has served for 29 years as a soldier engineer in the Indian Army in various terrains, a maroon beret and an armored vehicle specialist. He commanded his battalion in Strike Corps. While serving in the Army, he took an active part in operations like Operation Vijay and Operation Parakram. He has been awarded GOC-INC commendation cards on 2 separate occasions. One is in 2009 and the other one in 2015 for his professionalism. Please put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Baljinder Singh onto the stage. We welcome you, sir. Very honored to have you with us today. Please join us.
It's always hard to be the last speaker when you're told to be a hard stop at 4. So, ladies and gentlemen, vanakkam. I represent an organization called US-India Strategic Forum, which is a non-profit organization and that works to build strategic relations between India and US. We are headquartered in DC in US and in India we are headquartered in Delhi. So this organization was born in 2017, a nascent organization, but it has taken big strides to build bridges between US and India. And we were singularly privileged to host Prime Minister Modi in June 23 for an industry roundtable and get investments. Okay. Oh, thank you. So we have a little bit time. So we work very closely with the state governments too to attract investments into India and the state governments. Today I feel singularly honored and privileged to stand before you and share thoughts on a topic that is close to my heart and that embodies transformative potential of international collaboration, and that is ever-evolving partnership between US and India in the realms of defense and space I'll cover, and with an extraordinary opportunities for startups in this environment, because I've been handling a lot of startups there. Let me just touch upon the brief background between India and US, to briefly give you the insight to it. So historically, US and India have always been the largest democracies, but we've never been aligned so well. That was partly because of the post-Cold War era, when India chose to be non-aligned and the US chose probably Pakistan as a partner. The upswing in relationship came in 2021 when the economic embargoes on India were lifted after the nuclear test that was conducted in 1998 by India. And, it was not that the trade was not happening between India and US, but it was only 1/19 of what it is today. The trade today is almost 190 billion. We were just hardly about 11, 12, 13 billion at that order, if you see the gross trade. Now, India was elevated, after that India was elevated to a next step in strategic partnership in 2004, and that was an opening where we could start dealing with strategic technologies between US and India, and globally also. Before that, we had no access to strategic technologies. And it was a civil nuclear deal, which was actually a very diplomatic initiative of late Prime Minister Shri Manmohan Singh in 2005. However, it could not be executed till 2008 because of the waiver that was not given to us by the nuclear suppliers group. And 2008 was a historic turnaround for us because in our bilateral relationships, and India had the access to the civil nuclear technology. And I mean, it means a lot because there were a whole lot of things involved in it. I'll not go in detail, but good to say, Jake Sullivan, the outgoing NSA, had come last week to Delhi, and he was still talking about, kind of lifting sanctions on government PSUs who are dealing with, nuclear energy like the BARC and other things. So you can understand from 2005 to till 2024, we still under sanctions, we can't do full thing. So that's a very big step because the US government is sort of thinking of, lifting. And I just want to point out one more thing to you here that, Marco Rubio, who's going to be the next Secretary of State for the US, has said in one of the interviews a couple of weeks back that India is pro-India, and he said that India should be treated at par with the NATO allies and partners of US, which is a very big step because that means that embargoes on a lot of technologies that we are not getting, we will start getting those technologies in the Trump administration. I mean, that is the connotation here. And that was the year in 2008, I would say, and now a lot of water has flown under the bridge. US-India relationship has transcended traditional dimensions, and now it has become a strategic model rooted in democratic values, mutual interest, and a shared vision of global peace and prosperity. India and US are part of a lot of organizations and forums today like the Quad, like the I2U2, and many other forums at the human level. Indian diaspora in US plays a very important role. There is a diaspora of about 4.4 million of Indian origin there. And they are highly valued citizens of US because they pay their taxes in time, and they are heading a lot of US companies as the leaders, which is important. And they act as a cement, a catalyst to cement the relationships also. Now, just getting on to the defense collaboration. So this was the background. I just wanted to give it to you, what the US-India partnership, from where we've gone from 2001 to now 2024. We are very much, like a NATO ally, I would use that term, which is not so spoken, but understood today. So defense cooperation is, again, a multifaceted, and it involves regular interaction or bilateral dialogues, military exercises, and defense procurements. At the apex of this dialogue, there lies a mechanism of 2+2 ministerial dialogue, which is headed by the Minister of External Affairs and Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, and their counterparts in US. And this is the forum which kind of guides all political, military, and strategic issues between India and US. And the defense partnership, and I always say till the country where we need to trade or where we have good relation, it is defense, which is the strongest pillar, because if both the nations have trust in each other, they work together. I myself, when I was in the services as a paratrooper in 2002 and 2005, I had exercised with the Marines and the Special Forces of US in Yuddha Abhyas. So this bonhomie of exercising together, land, sea, air, is going on for good years, and that's how that trust is won. And in America, like the defense portfolio is, and that entire thing is captured by people who are from the defense forces. Like we had Austin Lloyd, the last Secretary of Defense. He was himself a general in the US Army. So, all these portfolios related to defense are occupied by ex-veterans or the veterans, ex-projects. It helps because that drives that defense thing. US has got a defense budget of around $800 billion of defense budget. We have how much? 72 billion. Look at the disparity. So, a lot to be covered. So, the key agreements between India and US were all signed between 2016 to 2020, and these were the backbone of trust, because US had conditions, let's not, transfer our technology to, other friendly countries and all that. So they wanted confidence. So all these things were like logistic memorandum was signed in 2016. Communication agreement was COMCASA, they say it. Then industrial security agreement, which was signed in 2019, that, both the industries can exchange technology each other, and we trust India not to exchange this technology elsewhere to other people. And then we had the BECA, the Basic Exchange and Cooperation Agreement in 2020, as recent as that. India has procured a lot of US equipment. After 2008, we were at $0 billion of US equipment. Today, in 2024, we have almost 24 billion trade in US equipment only. I'll just highlight a few of them, like C-17, C-130, Apache attack aptors, and P-8. In fact, we have the base of P-8I in Tamil Nadu only. And India is the second largest utilizers of P-8Is other than US in the world. So we have a lot of them. Besides this, of course, there are many others. The latest acquisition that we are in the process of doing is the Predator drones. 31 of them, the deal has come through last year. We are yet to get them on ground. We are only having 2, and then that again are with you here in Tamil Nadu that we use for naval surveillances. So 31 of them will come in time to come, and this is the most deadly weapon in the sky. It is called the eye in the sky. I'll just highlight the prowess of this drone. This was a drone that was used to eliminate Al-Jawahiri in Pakistan. When the US was monitoring Al-Jawahiri, he used to come into a balcony every day in the morning after getting up, and this was being monitored through satellites. And this weapon, Hellfire missile, was customized. The explosives were taken off, and a kind of a fin and a sword was put on that. This was fired at a height of 40,000 at a distance of almost 8-9 kilometers. And the daytime when he came, he didn't realize what hit him. It was a sword which came like this and just cut him into pieces. So that is the prowess of weaponry that America has, and which we are today looking up to enhance our capabilities. So we are doing a lot of military exercises, Yudh Abhyas, Malabar, Cope India, and all that. Another thing which Biden government started in 2023 was initiatives in critical and emerging technologies, which was actually at the NSA levels of both the countries and announced in January 2023. Along with strategic trade dialogue and the US defense acceleration ecosystem, which we call IndusX, have significant strides toward deepening and expanding cooperations in all sectors like defense, space, AI, semiconductors, communications, quantum computing. And these are the niche areas where US is willing to lend help to India and work collaboratively to get innovative solutions to issues that both the states are facing today. Coming to space collaboration, let me put some facts out to you. The space economy, Indian space economy, is today valued at about $8.4 billion, and India only holds less than 2% of space economy in the world, whereas US holds 40% of the space economy. And the number 2 is UK, which has only 7%. Again, look at the wide disparity in that. Our vision, our government's vision, is to scale up this the economy to around $44 billion by around 2030-33, and also export space parts for about 11 billion in that time frame, which will make us cover around 7 to 8% of the global share. 1,000 crore of VC funding has been designated by the government of India in the last budget to spruce up the startups here. In fact, yesterday I had gone to visit one of the startups here, Agnikul Cosmos. They're manufacturing, and what are they doing? So I have been going around to all the startups who are doing well, and I'll cover this also a little later on this. So you would understand, with this kind of a wide disparity in economies of space, India clearly needs technology know-how. We need to upgrade our skill sets. We need a lot of investments in India, and most of all, we need to generate demands. Even if we start manufacturing, we are a big country. There are 200 startups. Who will give them the demands? So for all those reasons, we need some hand-holding. We need some country with whom we can collaborate, and they can, give the technology to us and handhold us. And nothing better than, US-India partnership that's going on, and they're more than willing to now include space as a frontier for collaborations. In fact, I'll just highlight a couple of collaborations that we have done. recently NASA and ISRO has collaborated to, launch a NISAR satellite. It is called NASA ISRO Synthetic Aperture Radar satellite, which will be launched in the second quarter of 2025. And this satellite will be providing data on climate change, natural disasters, environmental management, and showcasing tangible benefits between India and US collaboration, which will be good to both the countries. And again, another good thing which has happened is that signing of Artemis Accords by India, which is a framework. 26 countries have signed that, India being one of the last countries to sign that. And it is for space explorations and utilization, and its utilization by US-led consortium of 26 countries. So additionally, India is also preparing its astronauts to be taken to the ISS, International Space Station, which symbolizes how US is leaning out to India to help them, access space, because China has taken big leaps in space, and to counter that, we need to work fast, act fast. And the second other thing which we are working on is the Space Situational Awareness, SSA, and not only this, India and US are working on satellite manufacturing, joint ventures are being developed, launching services, and ground infrastructure. These are certain other areas that, we are working with them. Now, let me just come to the opportunities for the startups, because that is of interest to the young crowd here. So you will agree, convergence of defense, space, and innovators create a fertile ground for all startups to, exploit. And the startups with their agility and creativity and the risk-taking spirit can always do breakthrough technologies in these sectors. So I had gone in September to organize IndusX in US in San Francisco, and I had met a lot of startups from the US side also, and we've been able to push a lot of startups from our side too. And in the realm of critical and emerging technologies, the ISET umbrella, which US and India are working on, startups can use dual-use technologies in artificial intelligence, quantum computing, autonomous systems, both in air and undersea domain, which can serve both civilian and military applications. And for that, IndusX is the most appropriate platform. And these things happen every year. Once in 6 months, all these things happen. We have a lot of startups from Chennai and Tamil Nadu participating in that. I'm aware of those. Cybersecurity solutions in another area, like, because of the growing cybersecurity threats, it necessitates advanced solutions to all these things. So, startups can start into finding solutions to all these things. Then advanced material in manufacturing, like innovation in 3D printing, lightweight material, nanotechnology. This is going to revolutionize the entire, equipment manufacturing in defense and space sector. And these are the avenues where startup can look to, dwell now. Third thing is your space exploration and commercialization. Now, satellite technology. Earlier, when we were kids, we used to talk about geosynchronous satellites and, those orbits. Today, it is all LEO, the low Earth orbit. People are wanting to put the satellites there. The satellite self-life has decreased to only 2 years, 3 years maximum. It will diminish because that kind of material is not there. Nobody is looking at that time. And that will create demand also. And you want to target a particular area only. At geosynchronous level, you can only have climate and, maybe a PNT, position, navigation and targeting kind of a thing, or navigation kind of thing. But LEO provides you that ISR which you're looking at, and most of the companies today are looking at LEO orbits. So, I mean, like I said, 200 startups are there who are contributing to the private space sector today. And we run a Startup Connect in USISP, the organization that I represent, where we make efforts to connect Indian startups to the US hand-holding. And this year, in the month of February, I've been able to push in at least out of the 6 that I recommended to US, we've been able to push in about 5 startups who have been called for a Montgomery Summit, where they will make pitches and they'll be financed. So that's a big help to startups, to scale up and to do the work that they want to do. The other thing is lunar and deep space missions. So Artemis Accord, signing of that has opened an opportunity for Indian startups to participate in lunar explorations and infrastructure development too. Space tourism. Space tourism is very prevalent in US and in Europe, but it is still to come in India. So this is again going to be a burgeoning industry where the startups can just start thinking on those lines and develop how they can innovate safety, logistics, design, and I know a lot of them who are working on those lines, but they will make, you'll probably get them to hear them so soon. India has also signed a critical mineral security partnership and semiconductor partnership with the US. And I'm in the China One policy of India and the world. It aligns with US efforts also to diversify supply chains. In India, there are two companies called Third Eye Tech and 114 AI. They have been nominated by the US to make fabs, defense fabs for a company called General Atomics, which is a US company, and they are the ones who are giving us the Predators. They manufacture them. So leaps and strides are being made by startups today to capture this market. Other thing is data and analytics, because so many satellites are today going and they're going to generate so much of data, and startups can use this platform to kind of analyze this data and sell it to to the services, the Army, Navy, Air Force. There are many others. The agriculture department, the mining department, they all require these data to plan where they can do it. And gentlemen, what can be the enablers for? Just give me 2 minutes. I'll just end one. Okay. So what can be the enablers for all this? The enablers are your policy support. The government has to support policies, give more PLIs to it. Then funding mechanism. More VCs have to come in and start investing in India in space sector, defense sector. We have to have infrastructure building. Of course, India is on a mission to develop a lot of infrastructure, but still we have a way to go. Long way to go. Talent exchange. We are already in that phase where scientists are being exchanged, and our specialists, engineers, entrepreneurs are being exchanged between India and US, so that they start working. India and US are also working on a provision of using each other's testing and R&D facilities. That will be a very big step, because India doesn't have that kind of R&D infrastructure. We just spend about 2% of our budget on R&D, and they have plenty of budget for R&D. So I would say, the success stories of IndusX, Artemis Accords, NISAR satellites, these are all success stories for us to emulate and think that in times to come we have the opportunity with US. So I would say that, ladies and gentlemen, time is now to act, and as India's defense and space partnership gets a unique platform, the innovators have a way to go ahead and think about how they can, kind of utilize these facilities. To all those entrepreneurs who are sitting here, the young crowd, I would say, embrace the opportunities in defense, space, and critical technologies. Collaborate across the border, think boldly, and create solutions that address global challenges. To the investors here, and wherever I meet, I say, recognize the promise this sector holds. You are scared to invest money in defense and aerospace today, but you will be fairly rewarded if you have the patience to wait for a couple of years. And to the policymakers, we as USISPF always go up to the MOD and the Civil Aviation Ministry, and we say, sir, you have to give more policy, the PLIs, you have to look at concessions, you have to remove bureaucratic hurdles, and access resources, testing facility, and support these initiatives. Collaborate with like-minded countries like US, French, and others who are a little big on this sector. To conclude, I would say, the US-India partnership in defense and space is not merely a strategic partnership. It is a shared journey towards a brighter future, and together these two countries can collectively utilize the ingenuity of both our nations to explore the unknown, protect the planet, and inspire generations to come. Sorry for the paucity of time, and thanks a lot. I mean, I can take a couple of questions if anybody has. Yeah, please. I mean, I can share this thing. Otherwise, you can just go on the website of US-India Strategic Partnership Forum.com, and you will see our website, and you'll find our team, and you can reach out. Otherwise, we are very active on LinkedIn, Twitter, everywhere. Yeah.
Hello, sir. My name is Siva Sendil. I'm interested in knowing about, you talked about many opportunities that exist based on, thanks to the government of India and the government of US in collaborating for, over decades now. So what is the modality? Do they, you talked about demand a couple of times. I was more interested in knowing that, are there any marketing opportunities where they co-position the startups from India on, global stage, not just in US, on different other countries like UK, France, and many other European countries where we are friendly.
Okay, so sorry, I didn't get your name.
Siva Sendil.
Siva Sendil, thanks a lot for a good question. What is happening is this entire thing has started between the US and India. So there is a platform called India-US Defense Acceleration Ecosystem. We call it INDESEX. And there is a department called IDEX in the Ministry of Defense who looks after these collaborations between startups and works between the MOD and DOD. Okay, so there are a lot of startups can directly apply on IDEX website. Okay, first thing, that it can be a technology demonstrator. You're working on a technology. You say we have a technology. We want to demonstrate. They'll call you. Okay, so you showcase your technology there. The other thing is both US and India has started working jointly on challenges. They're calling it. Like services have a challenge that if there is an oil spill on the sea. Of course, this is a civil thing, but yeah, there is a oil spill. How to remove that oil spill? Without spending so much money on that. So these startups have been now given joint challenges by both the countries. Okay, you do it, and then they shortlist winners of that challenges both from India and US and award them. And giving them an order has become like part of it. You will get an order, a assured order. If you invest in a particular technology and you make a prototype and demonstrate, you will definitely get an order. So this assurance has kind of spurred up these startups in doing so. And seeing this thing happening between India, US, countries like France, countries like UK, they want to run the similar systems between India and US. Nobody wants to lag behind. We didn't have to go and ask them, hey, you want to start it? No. They are saying, yo, we want to start it now because you have the talent, you have the people. I mean, most IIT and then all NIT and so many engineers, maximum engineers we produce in the world, and it is good for us. We should rent out all these engineers. They're not getting jobs in India, so that way. Yeah. Anybody else?
Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you for being so great audience. It was a kind of a monologue, but I finished. Should you want to know any details later on also, I'm available on website. I'll share my details also. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the fascinating keynote that you have given to all of us. And can I have a huge round of applause for our Colonel here? And I'm going to invite Mrs. Rosalind Margaret, Deputy Manager of ELCOT. Madam, please join us. So we would love to honor you with a token of love from our end. And Mrs. Rosalind Margaret, Madam, will do the honors. Thank you, sir. Can we have a photograph with you? Yeah. Thank you, sir. Have a great rest of the day. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the curtains on this incredible two-day journey, let's take a moment to reflect on what we have learned, what we have experienced together. From thought-provoking sessions to innovative ideas, and from shared moments of inspiration to forging meaningful connections, the past 2 days have truly embodied the spirit of collaboration and learning. Each session, each conversation, each moment has added a unique layer to this entire experience where we all have been part of. As we move forward, let's carry with us the insights gained, the connections made, and the energy that we all have shared in this one room. And now, as we prepare for the valedictory ceremony, a moment to celebrate and honor this journey, I would like to invite you all to stay with us for what promises to be a memorable conclusion for this two-day event. It's been an absolute privilege to be a part of this incredible journey with all of you. And I thank each of you for your energy and enthusiasm. So let's look ahead to the closing chapter of this grand session. Thank you so much for being an amazing audience for both the days. With that, this is me, MC Nancy Sam, signing off. Have a great rest of the day. Take care and see you soon.